releases. We now know the name of the UK pay-per-view, so we can share our thoughts on that. Bianca and Becky were in New York. They are doing an intro. They did an intro for Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, the biggest women's boxing match ever. That is taking place this weekend at Madison Square Garden. The women are headlining the Garden, which is very exciting. So I feel like there's so much to go through. There's so much to talk about. I haven't seen the spoilers for tonight either. I'm sure it'll get ruined. I'm sure it'll be spoilt. But I haven't seen them. So I am looking forward to sitting back and enjoying the show as well. Enjoying Smackdown. So, yeah, that hasn't been spoilt for me. There's actually not much that WWE has announced. I mean, let's just focus on Smackdown for a second, because it's not going to take very long to do that. We've got Drew McIntyre against Sami Zayn inside a steel cage match. That's the only thing I know right now. That's the only thing I know. I don't know anything else from SmackDown. As I said, I avoided the spoilers. I don't want to know them, to be honest. I'm not bothered. I would much rather just watch the show and enjoy it. So if you are hoping to find out results and all that kind of stuff, probably best to go elsewhere. This is a taped SmackDown. It's not live this week. It was actually recorded last week after last week's show, and I avoided the spoilers, which was stunning. I don't know if I'll make it through the next hour and 20 minutes without seeing spoilers, but so far I've been able to avoid them. So, Drew McIntyre against Sami Zayn in a steel cage match. I just had a look on WWE Twitter to see what they were saying was on tonight, and there's nothing on there, to be honest. The biggest news that they're shouting about, obviously, is the Clash at the Castle name. Now, this is really interesting because they've done the NXT releases. Bad press, understandably. And then, oh, look at this. Out of nowhere, here's the UK Premium Live event name that everyone was wondering what it's going to be called. Isn't it weird? Don't you think that's strange? Isn't that weird how, like, all this bad news came out, and then this, like, really interesting big piece of news came out that seems to, be the talk of the town, if you will. It's not gonna dominate the fact that NXT people have been released, but it's just what a coincidence. What a coincidence that NXT releases happened just before this massive piece of news came out. Because here in the UK, we've been wondering, what is that UK pay-per-view going to be called? That premium live event. We've said before on the channel in watch-alongs, I don't want it to be Hell in the Cell. I don't want it to be TLC. I don't want it to be Fastlane or Backlash or... I don't want any of those names, right? Stupid names. This is a special event, so it deserves a special name, and that's what they've given it. They've called it Clash at the Castle. WWE Clash at the Castle. It's going to be good. I'm like, the reason why it's called that is because in Cardiff, I haven't got a picture on my computer, but in Cardiff, you've got the stadium, and then literally not far away is Cardiff Castle. So they're not next to each other. There is a little bit of difference, but you can actually stand in the castle and see the stadium quite close. So they're, not too far away at all. So that's why Clash at the Castle, there'll be lots of images of Cardiff Castle, which is all right. It's not the best castle, but I mean, we can do a rundown of the best castles if you want. We can absolutely do that. Number 1, Magic Kingdom. Number 2, Windsor Castle. Number 3, the one out of He-Man. Number 4, White Castle. So, do you know? 5, Sandcastle, but Cardiff Castle, it's all right. It's all right. It's going to look good. At night, lit up, it'll look really nice. I've been in Cardiff, actually, at night, and the castle, it does look very impressive. But, it's going to be good. Clash at the Castle. So, I think it's a great name. I really like it. I like the logo as well. I should try and find the logo, shouldn't I? Let's see if I can find the Clash at the Castle logo to share with you guys. Clash at the Castle. WWE Clash at the Castle. Let me put WWE. I don't know if it's hit the internet yet. We might be ahead of the internet here. I'm looking at it on. Oh, no, it is. There we go. Hour ago. I was going to say I'm looking at it online. I can't find it anywhere. Here we go. 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 I tell you, I'm in good spirits considering we've had some horrible releases. I'm in good spirits because I'm excited for this. And I think that's a great logo as well. I think that's a great logo. Love the colours. Like, the colours, I don't know, they remind me of Wales. That kind of red, definitely. Green, white, reminds me of Wales. In fact, I think that might be the Welsh flag, thinking about it. I think red, white, and green is on the Welsh flag. I know the dragon's there, and look, the dragon... The dragon is inside the sea for castle. So, I really like it. I kind of feel as well that could be like a kid's cartoon based in medieval times. WWE Clash at the Castle. If that was an animated show that had WWE animated wrestlers running around a castle causing hijinks, maybe set in the medieval times, you'd be like, yep, that's the logo I was expecting. So, yeah, I like it. I like the name. I like the logo. Even, I don't know if that background is, like, part of it. You see how it's on, like, stone castle walls? It looks cool as well. I really like it. I really like it. I think they've done a good job with that. What I might do is I might just pop it up here. So if anyone goes, oh, did you hear about Clash at the Castle? I'll be like, Erase Your Mind, shout out to you. Hope you're well, bud. Says, hello, Mr. Days, hope you are well. Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. So, listen, we've started early so that we can get through all this stuff. So I know people are like, what about the releases? What about the releases? We're going to talk about the releases, right? We're going to talk about the releases. I just wanted to touch on SmackDown because... that's why we're here. And I only know the one match. I'm not interested in, like, if you know of other matches, feel free to say them. I'm not looking for results, though. Yeah? I'm not looking for results. I know it's a taped show. I know this information's out there. But I have been able to stay away from those. So, yeah. So, Clash at the Castle, SmackDown. Before we get to the releases, the other thing, Bianca and Becky were at Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano earlier. Now, if you haven't heard about this, Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano is no doubt the biggest women's boxing match ever, right? And to say women's boxing means something different to people, to me, you might as well just say boxing rather than women's boxing because, like, I've been watching Katie Taylor for a long time and she is incredible. She is incredible. And I think a lot of people have been exposed to Amanda Serrano through the Jake Paul cards. Amanda Serrano's been fighting as his co-main event a lot of the time. And he signed her. So Katie Taylor is managed by Matchroom and Eddie Hearn, who's the manager of Anthony Joshua. And he's got a few big names on his books, Katie Taylor being one. Amanda Serrano is managed by Jake Paul. So I don't know if you've been seeing the videos and the builds, but there's $1 million bet between Eddie Hearn and Jake Paul as to whose fighter's going to win. Katie Taylor, you know, this is... I must admit, I don't think I've heard the story before where in 2002, she went into a boxing gym and put a head guard on and changed her name and pretended to be a boy because women's boxing was not allowed in 2002 in Ireland. It was outlawed. So you couldn't box in Ireland in 2002 if you was a woman. So she had to pretend to be a boy. Eventually, she was able to reveal she was a woman. And then, women's boxing, grew in popularity. She then campaigned to get it at the Olympics and got it at the Olympics. She had to do an exhibition fight to show them what women's boxing was all about. And they were so impressed that they added it to the Olympics. So, and Katie Taylor won gold in 2012 at the London Olympics in boxing. So, like, women's boxing has really, really come on. If you over the past 20 years, you know, from a woman that had to walk in and pretend to be a boy, right, to now headlining Madison Square Garden, it's such an incredible. You could make a film, no doubt about it. You could make a film about Katie Taylor and about this fight and about her journey. No doubt. In fact, they should make a film about her life. It's absolutely incredible. Well, for those of you that aren't interested, anyway, Becky Lynch, who's Irish, was there to introduce Katie Taylor onto the stage at the weigh-in today. And Bianca Belair, who is not Puerto Rican, but, you know, is... well, in all fairness, Amanda Serrano lives in New York, so she is Puerto Rican, but she's representing USA as well. So Bianca Belair was representing Amanda Serrano, and I thought there was some good stuff. I thought there was some bad stuff. I overall was left in doubt as to whether WWE should have been involved or not, to be honest. But what else I'm hoping is it brings more eyes to the fight. That's what I'm hoping. I think there was some good, there was some bad, but at the end of the day, is it going to make more people watch this fight? Because, oh my God, I am so excited. I genuinely might be as excited for this as I was for last weekend's Fury fight. I have watched the press conference, the undercard press conference. I've watched Ariel Helwani talking to both fighters. I've watched Ariel Helwani talking to Eddie Hearn and Jake Paul. I've watched interviews. I saw Eddie Hearn telling Jake Paul he would never be a world champion to his face. He was like, come on, Jake, you're not going to be a world champion. It was kind of amazing, actually. So some of the stuff in the build for this has been... The fighters have just been really respectful and, you know, kept themselves to themselves. Eddie Hearn and Jake Paul have been amazing. That's been a lot of fun. So I was watching all of that. I was watching the Q&A today. I am so excited. We are all over that fight tomorrow. I don't know what Becky and Bianca will do tomorrow. I'm guessing they're there. They might just be shown in the crowds, or maybe they're part of the entrances. Maybe they'll be in the ring. I don't know, to be honest. But if you watched the weigh-in today, then you will have seen Becky Lynch and you will have seen Bianca Belair. And it was, as I said, some good stuff, some bad stuff. So I kind of was left like, I don't think this event needed them. Like, this is such a big historic moment. It feels like we've only brought WWE into it to try and raise the profile. And I sort of feel like it doesn't need it, to be honest. I mean, you don't get, like, you know, two wrestlers coming out for... If it was going to be Fury against Joshua, do you know what I mean? You wouldn't have Seth Rollins and, like, Finn Balor doing intros or whatever. So I just sort of feel like it feels like they've done it to hype the fight more, but I don't think the fight needs it. I think the fight is hyped. I mean, Madison Square Garden will be a sellout. Tomorrow's going to be so amazing. Apparently, there's like 8,000 Irish fans that have travelled to Madison Square Garden. There's 8,000 Puerto Rican, Puerto Ricans that are there, and a lot of noise at the weigh-in today. So, yeah, really exciting for that. So, thought I'd mention that if you hadn't seen it. Oh, and the ropes. Everyone's talking about the ropes breaking yesterday as well, aren't they, at the live show? I don't know if you saw that. The ropes breaking and Bobby Lashley tumbling out the ring. So, in Newcastle, the top rope broke. So, I saw that doing the rounds online as well. Miss Clown 1 said they messed up. All they needed was Hulk Hogan in a bikini. That would have done it, brother. That would have done it. The 24-inch pythons on display. What's the boxing on? It's on DAZN, DAZN. It's actually not a crazy price. I think you just have to subscribe to DAZN, which is like $7.99 or something for the month. But I think if you actually subscribe, not only do you get Taylor Serrano this week, but I think Canelo fights next week, and I think that's on DAZN. So for $7.99, I think you end up getting both fights. Legit, if you break it down, that you'll spend maybe £3-4 on £4 on Katie Taylor and Serrano, and then £4 next week on Canelo. Like, it's a hell of a bargain. Short of it just being on a channel for free, you can't really ask for much better. So yeah, it's not a crazy pay-per-view price either. I am hyped, man, and the undercard is so good. They've got Galal Yafai, who we were watching on our Olympic streams. He won gold at the Olympics, and he's on the undercard in his second professional fight. So looking forward to seeing Galal Yafai. They've also got the two, I've got it all written down. I won't go too much into it because I know people want to talk about the releases, but it's the super middleweights, the women. So Cruz Dezern, who is the WBO and WBC super middleweight women's champion, is taking on the WBA and the IBF super middleweight women's champion. So we're gonna have one champion in the super middleweight. It's never been done. Never in the men's or the women has boxing had a unified super middleweight champion. It's happening on the undercard tomorrow. So Galal Yafai in action. Cruz Dezern against Cederuz for the unified super middleweight. Obviously, Katie Taylor Serrano as the main event. Co-main event has got Liam Smith, who is a big name here in the UK. He actually fought Canelo. So he's on the undercards. Eddie Hearn was saying, like, if you only knew how much money I've spent on this undercards. Like, people are shouting at me for putting so much on. But this is historic, and I want to not cheat the fans. So Jesse Vargas, a 2-weight world champion, taking on Liam Smith. Yeah, that's going to be amazing. Great co-main, great main. So excited. We're doing that tomorrow. Boom. Done. Right, in regards to the releases, let's just go down the list, shall we? Let's go down the list. We've got Dakota Kai, Malcolm Bivens, Dexter Lumis, Harland, Persia Pirotta, Draco Anthony, Sanjana George, Raylin Devine, Mila Malani, Jesus, Paige Prizzi-Valley, right? I ain't got a clue about some of these. Honestly, I'm going to throw my hands up and go, I don't think some of these even made it to TV. And if they did, they were either jobbers or they arrived in the past few weeks and I didn't see them. So some of them feel like maybe they've been brought in. It's not worked. They just, haven't quite reached the standard expected. So I think some of these fans would understand, to be honest. I think some of these, you're always going to give people a go, bring them in, take a look at them. As the weeks go by, some people might just want to quit, might want to go, because, until you're actually doing it and you're living it, it's hard to know if it's the life for you. And so some of these might be people that have said, I need to go. Some of these might be people that haven't reached the benchmark. It's hard to know. I think the names there, I've heard of Draco Anthony, but if I'm going to be honest, I would struggle to put a face to the name. But I've definitely heard the name. Persia Pirotta, Harland, Dexter Lumis, Bivens, right? Those are the ones, aren't they? Those are the ones. So this page, Prinzi Valley, Miller, Malani, Raylin Devine, Sanjana George, those ones, not familiar with. I don't think they've reached the benchmark. I think fans would be like, okay, right? Draco Anthony doesn't ring. It does ring a bell, but I can't put a face to him. I can't picture him, but it definitely rings a bell. If someone was to like, do you know Draco Anthony? I'd be like, I've heard the name. Draco is such a distinctive name, So, again, okay. Right, the ones, it's these four: Malcolm Bivens, Dexter Lumis, Harland, and Persia Pirotta, okay? So, from what has been said from Fightful have said that Malcolm Bivens was offered a new contract and he turned it down in February. So, Malcolm Bivens, you can look at that one and go, right, that could be his decision. He might not be happy with the direction, with what's happening. I think Diamond Mine's one of the best things he's been a part of. He's done a few things, but I think Diamond Mine has been brilliant. So I've really enjoyed. I mean, I like the Ivy Nile. Really like Ivy Nile. I really like, obviously, Roderick Strong. I think the Creed brothers are really good. I think you maybe don't need Malcolm Bivens, but I think having him helps because I don't know how great of a talker Ivy Nile is. I don't know how great talkers the Creed brothers are. So I think having Malcolm Bivens helps. But if he doesn't want to stay, you can't make him stay. And so that one, I think I can say, okay, fair enough, right? That leaves Dakota Kai, Dexter Lumis, Harland, and Persia Pirotta, right? Now, I don't know about any of these. There's been no talk about these. There's rumblings that Dakota might have been making noises that she wanted to go, right? So there's rumblings that this might not be WWE releasing her, but her actually saying enough is enough, right? We haven't got the details on this, so I'm not going to go in on WWE on this because, to be honest, I said it last time and I mean it now. I think if you're in WWE right now, you have to know this is what they do. I mean, it doesn't excuse it. It doesn't make it right that you can just lose your job at any time and everyone's walking on eggshells. But if you join that company now, right, I do feel sorry for the ones that are there and have been there for a while, okay? But after what happened last year, if you join this company now, it's on you. You'll have no sympathy from me now because you are going to join this company. It's only going to take you a quick Google search, right? Or being aware of what's happened. It's only going to take you that to realize what this company does. And that's what this company does. And as I said, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that I like it or anything like that. I think it's wrong. I think if you're given a contract, that contract should be honored unless there is a wellness violation or there are issues and your performance managed, right? So if your performance isn't good enough, then you're managed, like, I want to see this improve in 2 weeks type thing, you know? And then you've got 2 weeks to turn your performance around. If it does improve, brilliant, well done, we carry on. If it doesn't, well then maybe we have to part ways. That's not what this is. What this is, and what it has been, is, right, you're fired now. Out of nowhere. I mean, how you can't be walking on eggshells like that if you're a WWE super. Imagine that. I mean, imagine like you go to work, you do everything. I mean, I saw an interview with Ember Moon, a clip that she did with Chris Van Vliet, and she was talking about like how she was told that Vince wanted her to go back to the main roster, and they had these big ideas, and they wanted her to be a heel, and they wanted her to go on a losing streak, and that losing streak would then make her snap, and she would go back to being a heel, and then she'd go to the main roster. So she was filming vignettes, and she was getting ready for this, you know, storyline, and then she got a phone call to say, nah, you're out. Vince has changed his mind. He's not going to use you going forward now. And that was it. Done. Like, that's it. From you're about to get called up to, oh, I'm sorry, you now don't have a job. That's not right. It's not right. And it's not right when you've got someone like Billy Kay who moved, you know, actually even Dakota. I mean, like, some of these people aren't American. Like, Dakota's from New Zealand, I believe. Moved from, like, New Zealand, Australia, over to America for this opportunity. And now, same with Tegan Knox. She's from Wales. Moved to America. Like, this isn't a small thing. You moving your whole life, leaving your family, leaving your friends, starting afresh for your job to then go like that. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad. But there's a few things to say here. We don't know that these people have been released or if they asked for their releases. So we don't know, okay? Malcolm Bivens, it seems like he asked for his release. Dakota, I've heard rumours that she was unhappy, might not re-sign. Who knows, yeah? Again, Dexter Lumis, Harland, Persia Pirotta, I don't know. I would imagine Persia Pirotta and Harland, in all fairness, probably were looking to stay. I mean, they only really just got going. Harland, why would he be unhappy at this stage? He knows he's in developmental. He knows that he's not going to go to the main roster straight away. He knows he's got loads to learn. I don't know. I can't imagine that he did it and then went, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. So I definitely think there's some in there, if not the majority, that were released. Let's say they were released, right? Because if they asked for their release or if they didn't want to re-sign, that's a different thing, isn't it? But let's say they were. Is it right to release these people? It's maybe a bad way of doing it and talking about it, but for me, I never quite saw it with Persia Pirotta. I never quite saw it. I think part of that is because Indy Hartwell was in the way, and she was brilliant, and it was fun, and to go from that to being in a tag team with Persia Pirotta was a step down, and it was very hard then for Persia Pirotta to come along and be as fun and entertaining as what we just had with Johnny Gargano, Candice LeRae, Dexter Lumis, and whatever. So I really felt that was detrimental to Persia Pirotta, but I can't say I ever saw a promo or anything in the ring that made me thought, yeah, this girl stands out. Because that's what you need. You need that X factor. You need to be able to stand in a room with some of the best wrestlers in the world or some of the best looking athletes in the world that are being trained how to wrestle, and you have to stand out. And it is so difficult. You've got to use everything. You've got to use your personality. Like for Harland, he had size. I mean, Harland, we'll get to him. I thought that was a surprise. But for me, Persia Pirotta, I don't think stands out in that crowd. So none of these people deserve to just be released, right? That's not the conversation, but it's more a case of, how surprising is the release. For me, Persia Pirotta, I never quite saw it with her. In regards to Harland, this is my point. That's a surprise. Harland, I mean, we all saw, didn't he have he had a great nickname, which they didn't use, which was the Destroyer of Gods. The Destroyer of Gods. That is, when even just saying his name makes me want to go, the Destroyer of Gods. We were talking about how Harland would have looked good in Edge's group. I think Harland, because, he is jacked, he's a big guy, he's got tats on him. He actually, do you know what? He would have made the best modern nails. Imagine a 2022 nails. It's Harland. You put him in orange overalls, like prisoner garb, right? I really think that him in chains, coming down to the ring type thing, I think that could have been really, really fun. That could have been really interesting. They kind of went with the boiler suit vibe, but I could definitely see him in prison garb, handcuffed, making his way down, just not quite there. Just really, you can tell mentally is just focused on something else. And then when the bell sounds, kind of comes in and gets ready to go. And I just think, oh. But the thing was that with Gacy, I just didn't think it worked at all from the start. I mean, I can't. What was it that he did? Didn't he stroke his face the first time we saw him, and then he ran away? The way they introduced him was he was in the crowd, and then he was with Gacy. I remember Gacy stroking his face, and then he just turned and ran away. And from the get-go, the creative for him, I thought was just wrong. I thought it was wrong. He was kind of in the background with Gacy. And I think, I can see on paper as to why you would put those two together. But this weird, I don't know, this weird relationship between them, it was weird. Sometimes he was sat behind a prison thing. In fact, I think there was a bit of a prison thing now I'm talking about it. But sometimes he was kind of being spoken to behind this thing, and then sometimes they were just together backstage, and I felt like it needed way more clarity as to what their relationship was, and I think he was trying to like save him, and it was all, I don't know. I needed it explaining more. It was all too wishy-washy. What was the relationship? What's Harland? What's his history? You just didn't find anything out about him, and it was hard to care, to be honest. And then the weird sort of relationship they had. At one point, I did wonder if they were going for a romantic relationship. As I said, he like stroked his face really romantically, and then Harland ran away. It was the kind of thing you would imagine where like two lovers that can't be seen together, you know, like Romeo and Juliet. Like, I could imagine Romeo stroking Juliet's face, and she's like, "No, we can't be doing this," and then she runs off. Like, it kind of had that sort of vibe. It's weird. It's weird. Got no problem if you want to tell a story of two guys being together. Like, this is the modern world. I don't have an issue with it. But it was just weird. It's just not what I would have expected with the destroyer of gods. Do you know what I mean? I feel like there's a ready-made story there for you. So, honestly, bad creative is going to pop up quite a bit as we're talking about these NXT releases. I thought that Harland's creative was a bit off. So, a weird one. You would look at Harland and think Vince will like him. Bigger guy. Looks great. But who knows what he was like. Just to give WWE a little bit of credit, right? Well, not credit, but just give WWE a little bit of, you know, something here. Who knows what he was like with his timekeeping? Who knows what he was like with his attitudes? Who knows what he was like with other people in the locker room, for example? Like, he might have been late all the time. He might have been dialing in his performances. You know, he might not have been that bothered. He might have been rocking up, just going out there. The improvement just might not have been shown. His attitude could have been a bit off. All of this could have been true. All of this might not have been true. I don't want to paint a picture that isn't true. But it is very hard to sit here and go, why did they just get rid of the monster? Why did they just get rid of Harland? I feel like there's more to that story. He must not have developed. He must not have... Something's not happened as it... I mean, he can't have just turned up and smashed it out the park. Otherwise, why are we releasing him? I don't understand. So, I feel like there's more to the Harland one. I feel like there's more. Dexter Lumis, bad creative, man, for me. I think Dexter Lumis... I feel like Dexter Lumis has worked on the indie scene. I think his timekeeping would have been fine. I don't think there'd be any issues on that front. I just think that they gave him bad creative and he got lost in bad creative. And I think he had no momentum. And honestly, I think if you don't have momentum, I feel like you can see it like with, say, Finn Balor. You can see it with Dakota. You could see it with Dexter Lumis. For a time, you could see it with Ricochet. You know, if you've got no momentum, if your creative is bad and creative just don't ever have anything for you, there is going to come a point where if Vince turns around and says, right, we need to save X amount in wages, who are you going to cut? Well, look, if you've got people that you're using on TV and they're killing it, the people you're going to cut are going to be the people that aren't on TV, aren't they? That's going to be the first place you're looking. You know, if you're looking at your roster and you go in, right, okay, so Bron Breakker, well, I ain't going to cut Bron Breakker. Not going to cut Bron. I'm not going to cut Carmelo. Not going to cut, you know, you're going to go down the people on TV and you ain't going to get rid of them. You're going to very quickly come to the list of names that aren't being used. And I think this is where Dexter Lumis has got caught, personally, because I don't think his attitude is bad. I mean, he's wrestled in lots of different companies. I've never heard anything about a bad attitude. Don't think his timekeeping's bad. He wants to be a wrestler. He's not just like a football person that's come in. He actually competed in NWA and he competed in Impact. Maybe he was unhappy. So it could have been that. It could have been that he's been in NXT for a while and he's just frustrated. And so, you know, he's asked for his release. That one could be that. But I think that if it wasn't and they just released him, I think it's a big missed opportunity and I think it's bad creative. I think he, with Indy, was fun and maybe something you could have done on the main roster, having them two together. But I think for his character, it wasn't brilliant. He was the silent solo killer. He was the psychopath. He was the guy that had put the gloves on, was in the shadows, you know, in the doorway, staring. He was the guy that would just, like, make his, like, the match would end, and rather than interrupting and attacking, you know, he would just take a step forward out of the shadows, putting his gloves on to show his intentions. Like, that was him. He was dark, psychological, and I think there was so much you could have done with that character. Putting him with Indy, it did work. It was fun. People enjoyed it. People enjoyed the relationship between them, but it took the dark, sinister killer away. And it sort of changed his character to something softer, less intimidating. He sort of lost his edge. It took his edge away. So for me, putting him with Indy had some pros, but it had real negatives as well. So I preferred him when he was on his own. I think he could have made it on the main roster. That original vision, that original concept, I think was good. And I think trying to make him sports entertainment by putting him in a relationship, I can see why you would do it. But I think it took his edge away. And then honestly, since then, the only thing they've been able to do with him, because his edge has gone, is use him in comedy moments. I mean, last time I saw him, he was going clothes shopping, as he and Indy Hartwell were in a competition with Persia Pirotta and Duke Hudson as to who could be the best dressed, best looking boyfriend. Can we just rewind to when this guy was a silent killer, right? And now is in a shop, like, wearing cowboy hats and everything. Like, it's a fun sketch and it's a fun little moment that you can just laugh at, but it doesn't do anything for his character. And I really think that for him, it was bad creative. Again, I just think that there's a lot of bad creative in NXT. He could have asked for his release, though. I really, really don't know. But yeah, that one is a real shame. I think he's got great potential. And I think that he showed enough in that relationship with Indy Hartwell to show that you could have still got some sports entertainment out of him. But I think we just went too far. We went too far with it, and it took his edge away. You had to find the balance. Yes, let's have some fun with him and put him in a relationship with Indy Hartwell, because I did like it. But it went too far, and it took his edge away. He wasn't that silent killer anymore. He just became a joke. So, I don't know. Maybe he got fed up. Maybe he got fed up. Again, he's decent size. I thought it was a decent gimmick. Needed a bit of tweaking. I don't think it was perfect. I don't think you could just drop it as it was onto the main roster. I would have changed a few things. I'm sure you would have changed a few things as well. But it's it's a shame. That one is a shame. Dexter Lumis, I would say, upsets me more than losing Harland, to be honest. Harland, I think, had potential, but he was, so early on his journey. But we'd seen quite a bit of Dexter Lumis. So that one, I think, upset me more than losing Harland. And then, I don't know if Dakota Kai upset me the most. I say upset. I mean, it was disappointing is probably the words. I've stopped being upset now. Because the most upset I got was when I did that live wrestling escape pod as the news was breaking that I think Karrion Kross had gone, Keith Lee had gone. I can't remember if Billy Kay went in that one as well. That was the most annoying. I was so annoyed. For those. But, I mean, after that, I got to the point where I was like, well, look, if you're in WWE, you have to know this is what they do now. You have to expect it. If I was in WWE, I would ride it for as long as I could. I would be trying to just stay in that company as long as I could. And when the day came that they cut me, I'd be like, oh, there we go. I'm out. That's how long I was able to stay in for. And I think it's like a thrill ride having a WWE contract. For some people, they can get to a point where they've pretty much made it. They're not going to, the ride's not going to end. The ride won't end for Roman, for example. Roman ain't going to get cut, is he? I can't see the ride ending for Bianca now, or Sasha, or Becky, or Seth, right? I can't see the ride ending for them. But I think for those that on main event, top tier talent, I think you're always on this ride, and you just never know. I mean, so many have gone that you wouldn't have expected. You just never quite know. If they release Shinsuke, if they release Ricochet, if they released Ridge Holland, Butch, Aaliyah, Tamina, would you be surprised? So I think me being upset with all this stuff, maybe it's the wrong attitude, but I got annoyed with it. And then I got to the point where I'm like, well, this is it now. That's it. If you were there, you would have to expect this now. Doesn't make it right, but equally it shouldn't be coming as much of a surprise anymore. This is what they do. Mason, shout out to you, my friend. Mason Shortall. I think I've said Shortail before. Shortall. I'll go Shortall. I'll just say Mason. Days, I don't know if it's me, but I'm getting tired of people blaming AEW signing ex-WWE. First out of the 100 they released, they only signed a few. It's like if City released their players. My thoughts on it are that WWE have got great talent. They've got big names, and I agree. It's like if a massive football club, I agree. If a massive football club released their talent, the other clubs would want that talent. And I think the problem isn't so. To be honest, I think that AEW have brought it on themselves, right? Because they chose to do this. It's us against WWE, look at the constant digs. And there was, a little shot the other day, how Jericho is a sports entertainer in AEW, and he's obviously taken the mick out of sports entertainment, referring to the AEW fans as the AEW Galaxy, right? These are little digs at WWE, and the problem is that WWE fans obviously don't appreciate that. So when they release some talent and that talent goes to AEW, WWE fans are going to turn around and say, you're just taking the people that we didn't want. Can you not create your own stars? Can you not, why is it that you're always taking ex-WWE? Is that the only way you can get ratings, by, bringing in WWE names? But I must admit, I think AEW brings that on itself. It chose to destroy the throne. It chose to take little digs at WWE. And, it easily could have gone the other way. And it easily could have said, look, we respect WWE. It's a massive brand. And it's raised awareness of pro wrestling around the world like no other company ever has. So we've got nothing but respect for WWE. We're not looking to overtake WWE. We're not trying to rival WWE. We don't want to go up on the same nights as WWE, because they are waving the flag for pro wrestling, even though they call it sports entertainment. And we want to do the exact same thing, but on a different night. So, we want to go live on a Wednesday. And I think at the time, NXT wasn't on a Wednesday. It was on a Tuesday, and it was on the network. So they easily could have, just given a little bit of praise to WWE. And they easily could have not fueled the fire between the two brands and between the two companies. But they chose to do that. And the reason they chose to do that is because they felt there was a large part of the audience that used to watch WWE that doesn't now, because WWE is very PG. It's not the Attitude Era anymore. It's not ruthless aggression anymore. And so they felt that they could be a home for that lost audience, if you will. So I feel like they chose to do that. Jericho has taken little digs in the ring. CM Punk has taken digs in the ring. Cody took digs in the ring. There's been so many little... do you remember CM Punk saying that he'd been out of wrestling for, since 2013 or whatever, and he's back now. And and he doesn't count what he's done in between. And, there's been lots, just little references and things. And, this war, if you will, has played out on social media. And obviously the ratings where they went head-to-head with NXT, and then the ratings were coming out. I feel the fans were fueling it as well, this head-to-head thing. So, I mean, look, what I would say is your point is correct. It's right that they should take some of this talent, because some of this talent doesn't deserve to be released. You should want to see them have a job. I want Mia Yim back in wrestling. I want Ember Moon back in wrestling. I want Dakota Kai to be performing somewhere. I don't want these people to just, change profession now. So it hasn't, they've gone from WWE, so what, now they become, electricians or, streamers? I mean, why? I mean, they are brilliant entertainers, so I agree. They're class, they're great, they should be able to go to a different company. So I think anyone saying that isn't really saying it for that reason. I really don't think that criticism is there for that. I think it's there because there's this rivalry, there's this war, there's WWE against AEW, and I feel like AEW wanted that war and invited that war and thought that being a rival and having that rivalry would help them, kind of trend, stand out, be the alternative, and I think they've played on it. So it's difficult, isn't it? Because they can't have it both ways. You can't start the war and be a part of that war and continue to put fuel on that war and then go, it's not fair when people criticize us for this and that and whatever, because, do you know what I mean? So my feeling, WWE has taken shots as well. They are not innocent in this. This isn't all AEW's fault. Let's not get it twisted, right? WWE have taken shots as well, but I feel like they've sat out more than AEW have. I think WWE have largely not wanted to really acknowledge AEW, and they've just kind of left them to it. And they've sort of focused on themselves, whereas AEW, I don't think have done that as much. So, but I think just to focus on your point, for whatever the reasons are, I do agree that this talent should be able to go to other companies, and the fans really should just support that, because these are great stars. I mean, as I said, I really want to see Ember Moon go back to wrestling. I want to see Dexter Lumis. I want to see these people competing, because I really think that they are great talents, and that's the whole reason why we were watching them in NXT in the first place. Matt, shout out to you, dudes. Said, as a booker, when should you stick with your guns and tell the story you want to tell, and when should you adapt it in response to the audience's reaction? I think in regards to that, it's going to be different. I think a lot of your question, Matt, not hard to answer, but hard to give specifics, because it's storylines and adaptation and stuff is all done on a case-by-case basis. There is no hard and fast rule, is there? So I would say that if you believe in the story that you're telling, and you believe that it's the right story to tell, you love the story, you know there's a twist coming, you know the audience don't know about the twist, or the audience don't quite know where it's heading, or maybe they do, but you just love where it's going, then you stick with your guns. And I think Vince does that a lot, to be honest. I think he sticks with his guns. He knows what he wants to do. He knows where he wants to go. He tweaks things along the way all the time. But I think big picture, he tends to have a decent idea. I think, Brock Roman, I think that was always the case for this WrestleMania. Next year, I think, is Roman Rock, and I think it's been that way for a while. So I think I think he'll probably have an idea of what he wants for Cardiff to be his main event and what he wants to do. So I think big picture, I think he tends to have a good idea of. Little things, the journey, the twists, the turns, I mean, they get, changed and tweaked along the way. And then you have to change things as well with injuries, suspensions, blah, 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 blah. So I think, like, if you're booking, you stick with your guns if you believe in the story and you know what's coming and it's a destination that you want to get to. I think if the crowds, like, say, with Daniel Bryan, start to hijack your plans, you have to weigh up then. Like, so I believe the original idea was that Batista was going to win in Rumble in 2014, and then he was going to win the title at WrestleMania 30. And it's the fans that wanted Daniel Bryan. So, what Vince would have to do at that point is he has to weigh up, do I go with the Batista story? Batista, who I think was coming off Guardians of the Galaxy, was quite a big star around that time. So do I go with that story as planned? Or do I go with what the crowd is clearly demanding, which is, the Daniel Bryan story? And I think there was probably quite a few weeks where there was segments that were done to gauge the reaction of the fans. My guess is that a lot of those Raws and a lot of the build was like, is this thing run out of steam yet? Is it building steam? Has it still got momentum? Are they into Daniel Bryan still? How much into it are they? Like, if they put him out there and the place is deafening and it's rocking and it's clearly the direction that you need to go, then, you have to make that decision, don't you? Do I stick with my plan and go with Batista? Or do I change direction and go with Daniel Bryan? And thankfully, he changed direction. It was the right call. I mean, I believe it was the right call, and I'm sure many of you do as well. So I think he made the right decision on that, to go with Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 30, Yes-Mania, which is very fondly remembered. And the pinnacle of Daniel Bryan's career, absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite WrestleMania moments. But there's no steadfast rule. I mean, you can't sit there and go, when do you stick with your guns? When do you, when do you not? Because you just have to judge it on a case-by-case basis. And, these are the decisions that will determine how good of a booker you are, because you need to give the crowds really what they want. If Vince had stuck with his guns and given us Batista instead, and Daniel Bryan had just gone on to face Sheamus, then, that would be something I think a lot of people would have said was the wrong call. It was the wrong thing to have done, and would have reflected on, bad booking. And Vince has been guilty of bad booking thousands of times. So he certainly doesn't get it right all the time. I mean, I'm sure we can go through a hearty list of times where people didn't win when they should have, or stories didn't go the way that they should have. So it's not something that Vince gets right all the time either. Everyone's going to be different on what percentage he gets right, but he's far from getting it right all the time, in my opinion. But he's still giving us some incredible moments, and I thank him for that. James said, Athena Ember Moon is back in wrestling. She's the Warrior Wrestling Women's Champion. It's pretty much not back in wrestling, though, is it really? I don't even know what the Warrior Wrestling Women's Champion is. I mean, I want to see her, Impact, AEW, Stardom, Shimmer. I don't know. What is the Warrior Wrestling? I've never even heard of it. Where is that? What's that? Is it called Warrior Wrestling? Is it an indie thing, or I don't know. Is it a belt in Stardom or something? Maybe, I'm guessing not. I think Shimmer's the one in America, isn't it? Stardom's the one in Japan. I want to see her. On a big stage. I think she is good enough to be on, a WWE's main roster. I mean, she was there before, and she never got anything to do. I really like her. I really like Ember Moon. And I really like Dakota Kai as well. I do want to jump into the chat, and I will be jumping into the chat. We've got about half an hour to go, hence why we started early. We didn't speak about Dakota. I did send a tweet out saying that I really think that they misused Dakota. I thought that she was great when she was a face. I thought she was great when she was with Raquel, and it was kind of like the dudes with attitudes, the Shawn Diesel relationship. I thought that was good. I think as soon as she turned on her and lost the match, I think everything since then has been trash. I don't even know what this gimmick is. This broken, twitching, like, huh? What did you say? Like, talking to no one. We can't do that. Like, it was rubbish. It was rubbish. I mean, it was so bad. She is someone that, for me, as I said, she had the nickname of King Kota, right? Which I really love. I love that name, King Kota. King Kota. I could see her being, like, king of the streets. I said this on the Twitter. Like, I could see her in a cool crown, not a stupid King of the Ring crown or anything. Just a cool, like, looking kind of crown, right? That she wears as part of her entrance. It's not something she wears for a little while. She doesn't come out in a cape. She doesn't have regal music or all this stuff, yeah? Just give her, like, a cool crown that's just part of her entrance gear, and she always wears it as part of her entrance. Give her, like, some really cool kind of hip-hop music as well. And, like, make her the king of the streets. Like, really make it King Kota with, like, really cool, just, like, real basic crown. I certainly don't want the WWE logo on it or anything. Just, like, something that just looks cool, that she can come out to a bit of hip-hop music. I said, like, she could be a faction of a leader of a faction. She was also known for her kicks as well. She was part of Team Kick, and they did focus on it for a little while, but not enough. I think she should have been known for her kicks. I think she could have really gone against some jobbers and shown off, like, a whole array of kicks. Switch kicks, side kicks. She's got that, like, haluva kick, which she used as a finisher. So she had that in a game as well. But I think, during the fight, she could have been, like, throwing in, like, leg kicks, as a way of standing out. I mean, there's no one that does that. There's no one in wrestling that works leg kicks. There's no one in wrestling, Shawn Michaels known for the super kick, but it was the only kick that he was known for. If you think about Undertaker and how good of a striker he was, I really like the idea of Dakota making kicks her thing. So, do you know what I mean? Like, go low, go high, just, like, really quick, bang, bang. And then, like, side kick, bang. Just, like, firing in, like, bang, 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 leg kicks, kick to the side again. Just, like, she's known for that. That's what she's known for. It's King Kota. King Kota, known for the kicks. King of the kicks. The kick king. King Kota. Like, bang, bang, bang. I really like it. I really think there's something there for her. That is so much more juicy, and I think you can expand it. And as I said, she could have a faction, and I think it gives her an identity. It makes her matches stand out as well, because it's like, man, I tell you what I miss with wrestling, and I love it with MMA. With MMA, you're like, right, what she's got to do, she's got to keep the fight standing. She's got to keep the fight standing. If she gets taken down, she's in trouble, right? She's got to keep the fight standing. I always find that with UFC, there's paths to victory, and there's ways they can win. It's just not that way with wrestling. With wrestling, it's like two people get into a ring and have a normal standard match that anyone could have. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no path to victory. No one specializes in things. All right, if they're a lucha, then they might specialize in the lucha style. Someone like Moxley might prefer, like, hardcore. But by and large, like, the majority of matches are just two people having a match. I love the idea that people are like, man, I've got to go up against King Kota. I need to stop those kicks. I'm going to have to make sure that I just stay out of range, because if she gets in close and starts kicking me, she is going to tear me up. And I know it. And so I like the idea that there's thought, there's strategy, there's something to get your teeth into. Right, here's the match. Can she stay away from the kicks? Oh, she got her with that first one. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a way that you can invest in it, and all of that is missing. So it's just not there. It's just not there. And instead, they had her going, what do you mean? So bad. The creative is so bad. It's just so bad. I Wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that she decided she just wanted to go, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if she turned around and was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this. It's, it's embarrassing. It's not something that I can really make anything out of. And I'm just spinning my wheels. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel like she's on the verge of getting called up. And if she is, she's either going to have a gimmick change or that gimmick will bury her. And so, if I'm her, I'm concerned. If I'm her, who am I talking to? Who do I talk to? How do I get things changed? I mean, I've heard lots of wrestlers saying that they had, ideas for characters and things they wanted to do, and just shut down. Just not interested. I mean, she could have been going every day, going, how about I do this? I was thinking last night, how about I do this? Going up to creative, I thought about this. How about if we go this? And it's just not interested. No. You're going to twitch and talk to yourself. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. We'll have to see if she did request it or not. I'm sure that'll come out. Mason said, I think AEW needs to focus on their women's division and take a break from signing male talent, maybe a Bray or a Cesaro or Killer Cross. They need to get talent like Moon, Yim, or others. Yeah, I agree. I think they do need to improve their women's division because I think if you take Britt Baker out of it, there's not much there, to be honest. I think signing Tony Storm was a good move, but again, I'd like some video packages. I'd like to just a sit-down interview. What? We've signed Ruby Soho and we've signed Tony Storm, and straight away they don't feel like a big deal. They don't feel like a big deal, and I want them to. So let's sit down with them. Let's find out about them. Who is Ruby? Who is Tony? What are they bringing? What do they represent? What makes them stand out? I want to hang my hat on some. What do I hang my hat on with Ruby Soho? She's got a punk rock kind of a vibe, but they don't even lean into that. Do you know what I mean? There's no really cool video packages where she's at gigs or she's hanging out with friends in an apartment. She's at a party or I don't know. We just don't lean into anything. It's just always backstage with Alex Marvez or Tony Schiavone and on Rampage, you'll be taking on Ty Conti. How do you feel about this? I'm excited for the opportunity, blah, blah, blah. There's just nothing to hang your hat on. So I think with the women's division, not only do they need to be bringing in good women, because I ain't feeling Anna Jay, I ain't feeling Penelope Ford, I ain't feeling Ty Conti, I think there's a lot of women there that aren't, for me, to standards, aren't the foundation of an amazing women's division. I think bringing in Ruby Soho, bringing in Ember Moon, bringing in Dakota Kai, I think it'd be brilliant. But there's no point doing it and then just chucking them out there. Do you know what I mean? You got to invest in these people. Look at Roman. Look at Roman as an example. Now, you're never going to be able to give people the amount of time Roman gets. But, do you know what I mean? He's part of the bloodline. It's in his family. Yeah? He's with the Usos. God mode and bloodline. Head of the table. Tribal chief. This is my show. Acknowledge me. Yeah? I mean, all of this. There's catchphrases. There's slogans. There's a faction. It's all part of the family. We know that Rikishi and the Wild Samoans have all been connected. We've seen him fighting with his family, where he's wanted his own family to acknowledge him. I mean, there's so much there that you can hang your hat on. So much character and depth and stuff like that. The relationship with Paul Heyman, the wise man. Do you know what I mean? There's loads. But, I mean, there's nothing for a lot of people. Absolutely nothing. And this isn't just AEW. This is, listen, we've just sat here for about half an hour, 40 minutes, ripping into NXT creative because it deserves it. So poor. So poor. It's been so poor for quite a long time, actually. And I think it went worse after Triple H went. The creative of NXT really did suffer. So, and that's shown. I mean, if you compare like where Dakota Kai was to where she is like in recent times, do you know what I mean? It's not been great, has it? So, I think just wrestling as a whole needs to drastically improve that side of character depth, character development, and giving you a reason to care about people. Why should you care? Why should you care about Rick Boogs? Why should you care about Madcap Moss? Why should you care about these people? What do they represent? What do they stand for? What are they fighting for? Where have they come from? When they do try to do it, they can't do it. Look at Lacey Evans. Lacey Evans standing in front of a generic background going, my dad was never there when I was young. Out the blue. Do you know what I mean? You just go from like, Michael Cole laughing about something. Right, let's go over to Lacey Evans. My dad wasn't there when I was young. I never saw him. Jesus, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? There's a way of doing this, and this isn't it. I really feel like honestly, sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. I cannot get my head around, like, we're trying to give Lacey Evans some character depth. Well done. Yeah? Not that way. Don't do it that way. Don't just shove her in front of a generic background talking about how horrific her past was. Because all that, I can't be the only one that goes, this is awkward. Well, this is awkward. I need to get some cheese. Yeah, I need to get some cheese tomorrow. Is she still there, is she? It's just all a bit... it's very intense. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe we could sit down and talk about some good things with Michael Cole, but a little interview with Michael Cole. Lacey, there's been a real change in you. What's brought on this change? Well, Michael, I just, loving life at the moment. I'm so blessed. I've just obviously just had a child, and I'm just so thankful for everything I've got in my life, but it hasn't always been easy. Like, you could maybe start with like a positive, like, I'm just so happy at the moment, things are so good, but Michael, I need to tell you, it's not always been this easy, rather than like, my dad wasn't around when I was young. Oh, Jesus. So, yeah. In retrospect, maybe it's good they don't try and do character depth, because when they do, it's a little bit wide of the mark for me. So, Matt said, this would never happen, but what if a company opens up the booking to a voting system? Awful. You sign up for $9.99 and then you can vote. It'd be awful. Awful. Honestly, you would get people that would be... surely everything would be predictable, because, people would want the big names, the favorites to win. You need those shocks. You need those moments. I kind of think that it would not work at all. I think you do need a booker. You do need someone in charge that can take you on, peaks and troughs. I think those moments where you're like, I'm not talking about releases, but I'm talking about like, damn, I can't believe they had that guy win or that girl win. Oh God, it sucks. Like, those moments where you're like, that's not what I would have done, man. Like, kind of a thing. You need that in wrestling, because ultimately those low moments should be followed with a moment that then you do want. Like, so, do you know what I mean? Like, how many people would have said Becky wins in 26 seconds at SummerSlam? And look how many people hated that, right? Now, I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, but what I am saying is it played into WrestleMania, where Bianca got her revenge, and, they ended up having a hell of a match. Great match. Do you remember, it was like everyone was buzzing about that match, and it was like, damn, how's anyone going to follow that? Honestly, that hour, I think it was an hour and something, of Becky Bianca going into Undertaker Hall of Fame, going into Cody Seth, that like hour at WrestleMania, it's like one of my favorite ever WrestleMania hours ever. It was phenomenal. And a big part of that build was the embarrassment of her losing in 20 odd seconds. And don't forget, the Daniel Bryan was super popular. How many people would have voted for him to have lost in, 8 seconds against Sheamus at WrestleMania 28? That moment where he lost in 8 seconds or whatever it was, at like WrestleMania 28, that to me was the moment that Daniel Bryan went to a different level. It's weird, but that loss actually elevated him to a whole different level because he was cheated, distracted by AJ Lee. He loses by a brogue and then a pin, I believe, and that was it. And people couldn't believe that is how they were using Daniel Bryan. The guy that we love has just lost in 8 seconds or whatever it was. Can't remember, 3 seconds, whatever. He's just lost and couldn't believe it. And I really feel like the crowds were like, nah, you're not going to do him that way. You're not doing Daniel Bryan that way. You're not cheating him that way. You're not going to treat him and cheat him that way. And I feel like, I think it was after that we got Team Hell No. People loved that. They were really with him. And it just, the snowball, man, the snowball just rolled. Just rolled and it was rolling and it built all the way to WrestleMania 30. So those moments that are low don't always, but, sometimes do lead to, like, the big moments. I mean, if people are voting for Kofi in Elimination Chamber, I believe that was for the title. Kofi loses, doesn't he, at Elimination Chamber against Daniel Bryan? If it had gone to a fan vote, Kofi would have won that. But the loss at Elimination Chamber led to the WrestleMania moment, a great WrestleMania moment, Kofi Mania. So the loss at the Elimination Chamber led to Kofi Mania. I just think, like, if you open it to the fans, the favorite's going to win. Liv Morgan would probably be a champion and never lose the belt. Fiend would have been champion and never lose the belt. And it just gets stale, dull, predictable. I think it's much, much better to have like one booker that oversees it all and can provide the light and the dark and the shade and all the interesting stuff. So Edward said, are you Team Taylor or Team Serrano? Team Taylor. I'm Team Taylor because of my Irish heritage, and I say Taylor wipes the floor with her. I am, to be honest, I think it's really close. I think Amanda Serrano's got 42 wins and 30 knockouts, whereas Katie Taylor's got 20 wins and only 6 knockouts. The power is with Serrano. I think the size is slightly with Taylor, but there's not much in it. There's not much in it at all. I think Amanda Serrano is an excellent fighter. I think Katie Taylor's an excellent fighter. I am seriously excited for it. I cannot find the winner. I can make arguments for both. So the only thing I can say is I'm Team Taylor. I really want Katie Taylor to win because, Ireland's not that far away. I really love the Irish. I think, Connor and St. Patrick's Day and Father Ted and Derry Girls. Ireland's given me a lot. I appreciate it. So, Katie Taylor, man, just, what she's done for it. As I said, you could make a film about her. She is so good. You could make a film about her, about how she had to go in and pretend to be a boy and all this kind of stuff. It's crazy what she's had to do to get to where she is. So, yeah, love Katie Taylor. I think there's a way forward for both. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I think the bookies have got Serrano as a minus 140 favourite. They've got Katie Taylor at plus 125. So basically, if you put $100 down and Taylor wins, you get 125 back. I mean, do you know what I mean? That's how close it is. You ain't going to make mega money off this fight. If you put 100, if you want to win 100 for Serrano, you'd have to bet 140. So again, you'd have to bet 140, and if she did win, you'd get your 140 and you'd get 100 back. So it's close. I mean, you're not getting you're not getting crazy odds on this at all. Sometimes in boxing, you see like minus 6,000, which means you'd have to bet $6,000 just to win 100. Like, that's how much of a favourite they are. This is not that at all. So close. 50-50. It's a 7-division world champion, female boxer of the year 2016 and 2018, Amanda Serrano, taking on Katie Taylor, who is the WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO undisputed lightweight champion. It's great. I cannot build that fight enough. I cannot stress. I am so excited for it. I am as excited for that as I was for Fury. I'm so excited for it. I don't care if our watch along does like 5,000 views, right? It's not about like who's joining us. I just cannot wait to watch the fight. I just cannot wait to watch it. So yeah. We are doing the watch along for it tomorrow. Madison Square Garden, great undercard. We'll do it at the same time as UFC, but I will be supporting Katie Taylor. As to who actually wins, it's so close. I can make arguments for both. Peter said a UK pay-per-view name could have been WWE Grand Jubilee. Is this Smackdown taped? It is. Miss Khan said, could make a film about the time I went to the shop and then went back home. You should do it. Ice cream sandwich, shout out to you. You could have at least said Toy Keane and Dennis Irwin. I don't know what we're talking about. In regards to great things from Ireland, yes. Looking forward to Drew and Sami Zayn steel cage. Yes. Anthony said, I love Katie, but I can't see her winning. Jaden said, appreciate you too. Jaden, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I'm right behind Katie Taylor on this one. I always am. I mean, I've watched I haven't watched all of her fights, of course. I can't sit here and say I've watched all 20 of her fights, but I reckon I've watched about a quarter of them, where she's been on various undercards of things that I've seen. I did watch her at the 2012 Olympics. So I was rooting for her to win that. I remember, it was weird actually, because I think I'd just been at the boxing. I remember I went to the boxing for the Olympics, but I don't remember seeing women. I certainly didn't see Katie Taylor because I know where I was. The boxing, I think, was done at a convention centre called the Excel, I think it was, in London. And it's just not far from the Millennium Dome, the O2 Arena. You just have to get on a cable car and go over, and it was kind of around there. And the great thing about this convention centre is it's massive. Obviously, it's where they have conventions. When you kind of come out, you can... there's like a few pubs and places to eat and whatever. And I remember coming out and I was hungry, and so went and got some food, sat down, and it was on TV that her fight was coming up. And I remember sitting there and watching her fight in the pub whilst I was having something to eat and like rooting her on. That was it wasn't the first time I'd seen her, because I'd seen her like get to the final, but that was the final. I remember that so vividly from 2012, the Olympics, and then I've just kind of followed her and watched about a quarter of her fights. To see her now at Madison Square Garden headlining is... Even in 2012, you'd be like, nah, not main event in Madison Square Garden. On the undercard, definitely. Not main event, not the actual Garden. Maybe the Hulu Theatre, but not Madison Square Garden. I mean, this is where Ali, Joshua, and just like, the all-time greats have fought. And she is an all-time great. She could be the greatest female fighter ever. But, damn it, man. It's so impressive. So impressive. I think the build's been so much fun, so... Yeah, I know I keep swooning on about it, but I'm so excited for it. I am so excited. So that'll be good. That'll be tomorrow. Our focus will be that. We are watching UFC, but it will be playing a little bit of second fiddle. But we'll still be watching it. But I don't know that our coverage is going to be as intense as it usually is. But we're still watching it. I'll tell you what, we're also watching Smackdown, and it's starting in 2 minutes. Who do you think will win at Backlash, Charlotte or Ronda? Ronda. I think they... I was amazed that they didn't give Ronda the win at WrestleMania. I thought for certain that she was going to win after losing at WrestleMania 35. But perhaps the story they want to tell is that, you know, next year she'll beat Becky at WrestleMania. And, you know, Becky can say, you know, you've never won at WrestleMania. You're a loser. I'm going to beat you at WrestleMania again, just like I did at WrestleMania 35 type thing. So perhaps they're now going to turn it into a storyline. But I think she'll get the belt this time. Yeah, I can't see them denying her the belt again. So I'll go Ronda. Jim said, breaking news, Cody Rhodes will be on the Broken Skull sessions on May 6th. Underground Temple said, Mark Andrews and Flash Morgan Webster versus the Usos for a WWE Unified World Tag Team Championship. What do you think? I think in order to get there, we'd have to do a lot of work. I mean, Mark Andrews, Flash Morgan Webster they're not even in NXT, are they? They're in NXT UK, which tends to feed into NXT, and then they go from NXT to the main roster. So I think they would have to get to NXT. They'd have to get onto what used to be takeovers. They'd have to, you know, get onto basically American TV. And, you know, kind of start getting some momentum going. I don't think you do that match at Cardiff because it's going to need some build. It's going to need a hell of a build. I think you can do Gunther. I think Gunther's going to be on that card. Drew will be on that card. You could probably get away with putting Dragunov on the cards, but he'll likely be a throwaway match or he'll be on the kickoff. I think anyone that's in NXT UK is going to need to raise their profile. Not that they can, but they're going to have to be used on SmackDown, Raw, and all of that to like raise their profile. I think Butch is on that card. Nikki ASH probably on that card. I don't know how, but it'd be silly to not use her. She's Scottish, so do you know what I mean? Drew will be on that card. So I think they'll probably lean on the British people, the British guys that we've already got, rather than looking at NXT UK. But I wouldn't be surprised to see I wouldn't be surprised to see NXT UK involved in the sense of maybe there'll be an NXT UK takeover the night before. I could definitely see that. So Saturday night could be NXT UK takeover Cardiff, and then the next night is Clash at the Castle. I could definitely see that. In fact, I'm surprised they haven't even announced that. And then maybe your Mark Andrews and Miko Satomura, Millie McKenzie all go on to that show instead. Here's Drew McIntyre. Who will be Roman's next challenger? Well, I mean, I've got to be thinking Drew's going to be coming up. Steel cage matches starting the show. Whether is next, don't know. Thought it looked like it was going to be Shinsuke, but doesn't look like it is it? Doesn't look like Shinsuke is the next in line. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I meant to say as well, big thank you to everyone that's left comments and watched the little toy hunt that we did. I meant to mention that. I went to the shops to do a proper toy hunt, right? And I was super excited. Walked in, and the staff were working right around that section. I was like, oh my God. Like, I couldn't. It's always a bit awkward, like, filming when there's people around, like, if there's a one or two, whatever, but when there's, like, a lot of people, and certainly if there's workers, because you never quite know, like, are they cool with me doing this? Like, I don't know. And the problem is, if you ask and they say no, well, that's it. Do you know what I mean? If you go, it's all right if I just quickly film this, they might turn around and go, oh, actually, we don't allow that in store. And then you'll be like, well, what do you do then? So I was like, damn it, I don't know what to do. So I just quickly got about a minute's worth of footage. That was it. That's all I could get. because I couldn't stand back because they were working, and they even kept coming in and filling up the wrestling section. So I was like, this is just not meant to be. It's just not meant to be. So I got about a minute of footage, and I was like, damn, what do I do with this? And then I thought, well, why not do a short? Why not do a short? Because that's a new thing. And what's great about the shorts is you can share them on Twitter, you can share them on Facebook, and you can like... So I did it. I got the footage. Yeah, it's different. I mean, I still thought it was fun. I tried to get as much, like, many jokes in there as possible. I tried to make it as fun as possible in 50-odd seconds. I think it's 58 seconds. So I tried to get it as fun as possible. So, yeah, I'll have to see if I can get a proper toy hunt in. But, I thought it was better than nothing. Better than nothing, and I appreciated all the kind comments. So, shout out to everyone that's checked that out and left a nice message. Right, we've got Sammy stepping inside the cage, taking his jacket and his hat off, and Drew is already in there. Do you think WWE decided to release the talent they didn't re-sign before they said talent waits to let their contract expire? I think... I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if they've released them before their contracts have expired. I haven't heard as to why they've done it, so it would only be speculation. But there was Gulax, the timekeeper here. Sammy trying to climb out the cage. There is speculation that Malcolm Bivens said he didn't want to re-sign. And I heard rumblings the same could be true for Dakota Kai. So, to be honest, I would imagine what they did was they looked at the budget, and, you know, they're constantly looking at budgets. I'd imagine that's what Nick Khan does all the time, is just constantly reviewing. And my guess is that they decided to cut a bit from NXT. And if you've got people that have already made it known they're not going to re-sign, well, why would you cut others that you potentially can use and do want to stay if there's those that have said they're not going to re-sign anyway? So I don't know that there's like a real dark, do you know what I mean, conspiracy. Do you think they got rid of them because they wouldn't re-sign? Like, I don't know that it's that. It could just be that they wanted to cut the budget, and then they looked and they were like, well, these people have said that they aren't going to look to re-sign when their contract's up, and their contracts are all up within the next 6 months, 12 months, whatever. If you're a business person, those would be the first names on your list, would they not? I mean, like, in all fairness, I'll criticize WWE, but if they've released people that have made it clear they're going to leave anyway, aren't those the best releases? Aren't those the best people to release? Other than cutting people that want to stay and feel they can give more and want to give more, isn't it better that they do release those that have said, no, I'm not going to re-sign? I think that I'm not going to lay into WWE for doing that if that's what they've done. But until word comes out as to why people went and if they wanted to go and all of that, it's all just speculation, isn't it? Sammy trying to escape with Drew, double axe handle to the back. Anthony, shout out to you. Jilly said, we all knew that the dreaded cuts were coming. This time they've gutted NXT. Miko Satomura scares the hell out of your bones. I've told that story before about how I wanted to meet Miko, and I wasn't able to because I ended up chatting with Tyler Bates' mom, which was amazing. And she's a lovely, lovely person. She's a lovely person. I will not have anything said against Tyler Bates' mom. She is a lovely person. But she recognized me because I did a toy hunt where I was looking for Tyler Bate. And she recognized me from that. And she came over and she was like, oh, I love that video. It's so fun. Which I really appreciated, by the way. Because you never quite know, like, you know, how people would react to such things. But she came over and she was really positive about it, and I really appreciated it. And I was chatting to her, but it meant like that as I was talking to her, I couldn't get to Miko Satomura, and Miko ended up going, and I was like, oh. So I never got haven't never had a chance to have a picture with Miko Satomura, but I'd love to, because she's. I mean, she was in WCW. There's a picture of Miko Satomura in WCW with Alundra Blaze Medusa. That's how long she's been wrestling. She's been wrestling since the late 90s. And, well, maybe even longer than that, mid-90s. And she's an incredibly gifted female technical wrestler. I mean, she's in the conversation. I wouldn't say she is the best, but she's in the conversation. I think her age has kind of slowed her a little bit, but yeah, she's incredible. I'd have no problem with Miko being on that, what is it called, Clash at the Castle. I'd have no problem with her being on it. But again, similar to Mark Andrews and whatever, you got to build her up. There's tons of people that don't know about her at all. Don't know about Miko Satomura. Sasha Banks, when Sasha was off, when she lost her smile, she went to Japan and actually trained with Miko Satomura, went over to Japan and trained with the Sendai girls. So, Sasha's got an appreciation for Miko Satomura. And she's a great trainer and she's brilliant. She's such a great asset that they've got. She's too hidden in NXT UK. They should be using her more. Eric, shout out to you, bud. Snoochie Boochie, Wrestling Days Noochies. Why isn't WWE using the undisputed title belt? Here is a coffee or a pint on me, said Eric Defcom. Shout out to you, buds. Why aren't they using the undisputed belt? Well, what I would say is the undisputed belt was a belt of its time. It's not really their style to kind of go back. They did sort of go back with the Intercontinental Championship when they put it back onto like a white strap. But I don't think they changed anything other than that. And that was at Cody Rhodes' request, I believe, when he was Intercontinental Champion. He wanted the white strap on the IC belt. But really, when a title changes design, I can't think of an example of where we've switched it back. So I feel like that Undisputed one was of its time. But to be honest, bigger than that, they don't want one belt. They don't want Roman just carrying one belt and us having one championship. It was reported even before WrestleMania that they will look to separate these belts again. So the WWE Championship will go back to Raw. The Universal Championship will stay on SmackDown, and it will go on to separate people again. We don't know when. We don't know how. Cody is probably going to be in the mix, you would imagine. But they will go separate. So if you had one belt, then obviously that couldn't happen. But I think Raw definitely is missing not having a big champion. I mean, it doesn't have Roman on the show. It didn't have Brock. Like, it doesn't have the belt. It doesn't have the champion. It feels like the top of the card is missing. I mean, Kevin Owens is having to rant at Ezekiel. Seth Rollins is, engaged in a feud with Cody. Finn Balor is lost. I think he's doing something with Damian Priest at the moment. I sort of feel like it's all a bit wishy-washy at the top of the card. Probably Seth and Cody is the biggest thing happening over there. So I definitely would look to, and maybe RK Bro, maybe the tag titles are one of the biggest things over there. So I would look to go back to the two champions personally. I think this WWE is too big for one champion. You could do one champion, but then I think you'd have to make the mid-card belts. Like, do you know what I mean? The mid-card belts would have to feel more important. It wouldn't be like Ricochet that's holding it. It would have to be, do you know what I mean, Drew McIntyre or whatever. I really feel like those mid-card belts would have to become huge. That's what people would be fighting for. And then, just one lucky person gets to have a shot at Roman and the undisputed title. But they don't want to go that way. Seemingly, they want to go back to how it was, and maybe we'll get there by Money in the Bank. Perhaps Money in the Bank will be how we get there. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Do you think we'll get a new challenger for Roman at Backlash? Well, I mean, I would have thought so, but they aren't leaning on it, are they? We're not going that way, seemingly. I mean, I thought it was going to be Nakamura, but we just haven't seen Roman for a few weeks, so unless I don't know the results from this show, so people might be screaming at me, going, "It's such and such." I haven't seen it. I don't know. I don't know if someone's going to challenge Roman. And actually, there could be, and there normally is, some backstage segments that haven't leaked because they film them and then just edit them in, and no one's really seen them. So there could still be surprises on this show. So there could be a little something backstage with Roman. So I'd like him to be there. I feel like you need him. If you're going to put the titles on one guy, that one guy needs to be around, putting the work in. Kicks coming in by Sammy. It's not a bad opening contest, this, as Drew is on that top rope. He just went for Claymore, but Sammy is now trying to climb up and out of this cage. Is on top of the cage. He's got one leg over. He's in a good position, but Drew has popped up. Arn said the only guy as a face with momentum to challenge Cody and Drew. Roman should hold the title hostage for a year. Right, we've got Drew with Sammy. He's going to look for a superplex, and it's a big superplex by Drew. Drew and Sammy both down in the middle of the ring, but a kip up by Drew. I mean, this is better by Drew. I didn't see if he came out with his sword, to be honest. I switch off for his entrances now. Yeah, I think his sword is in the corner. Going over, there's a Claymore. But this match has been good. 1, 2, 3. That's no criticism. I mean, it was a good competitive contest. Big superplex at the end as well. I mean, I do appreciate that from WWE. Like, the big spot there is a big superplex that looked great. Do you know what I mean? It's not as if Drew's gone to the top of the cage and done 50 somersaults off and then planted himself in the middle of the ring like Sammy Guevara. This felt like it was a competitive contest. There was some big throws. There was a lovely big superplex at the end. Felt like a fight. Felt good. I liked it. So a decent cage match, to be honest. A decent cage match. And there's that superplex, which looks good. And Drew McIntyre getting the win. And I think just putting him in good matches is the right way forward with Drew. Do you know what I mean? Let's not do the silliness where he's threatening to cut people's heads off and all that kind of nonsense. Just give him good matches. Good matches. That'll build his momentum. I don't even mind him celebrating with the sword. He's on top of the cage. He's holding the sword in the air. I don't even mind that, because I just kind of see it as like part of his character, if you will. Holding that sword in the air like this, is a sword from Scotland. This is my heritage type thing. I don't have an issue with that. The bit I have an issue with is when they're trying to convince us that he's going to behead people and like people are scared of the swords. That's the bit I've got an issue with, because he's not stabbing anyone. He's not beheading anyone, right? And if he does, well, I mean, like, that's his wrestling career over. That's his life over. He'll go in prison for life, and if not worse, and he just ain't going to do that, is he? So that's the problem I have with the sword. But him standing on top of the cage with it, I ain't got an issue with that. It's quite a nice visual. We're seeing last week here, we've got Ronda putting the armbar on Drew Gulak, which I thought was a bit harsh. He hasn't done anything to her. Is Kayla. Charlotte Flair. We're backstage with Charlotte Flair. Boos for Charlotte. She's got like 2 spikes here. I don't know if it's something like Maleficent or something. It makes me think of Legion of Doom, but that would be so cool. Imagine if she had black, like, spikes. Not actual spikes, but, like, you know, fabric, sparkly ones. And then she had this bit, like, red. Like, she could have, like, a Legion of Doom, like, entrance thing. But just done in, like, fabric. And that'd look fun. That'd be fun. Cosplaying. Why don't they have a wrestler that cosplays as some of the legends? And they change each week who they come out. And this week's like, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It's Big Boss Man. That's amazing. Oh, my God, the Warrior. That would be so much fun. That would be so much fun. That would be a fun gimmick for someone. It probably doesn't have, like, depth. But I suppose you could just say, like, you know, this person, whoever it is, say Aaliyah, right? Aaliyah is such a big wrestling fan. She's always been a wrestling fan. Grew up watching it. Her parents loved it. She loves it. She loves that she's in WWE. And so every week she just wants to pay tribute to some of her favorites. And like each week she just comes out dressed as a different one. The only thing is, that would get over. I don't know if Aaliyah would get over. That would get over the gimmick, the idea of who's it going to be this week. I think people would look forward to that. But would Aaliyah get over in the process? Would her matches, like, get over? Don't know. What would be fun, like, is if... Could you imagine if they did that, and then during the match, like, she did some little nods? I don't know if you saw the video. There was a great video that was on Twitter. You know the Dax and Cash match? There was loads of references in that from Owen, Brett, like, loads of matches from the past. And, you know, there was a few bits in there we picked up on. There's a few bits that I didn't. And there was a great video. I think I retweeted it. That it shows, like, you know, here's Brett doing it. Here's Cash and Dax doing it. Like, you know, Aaliyah could do that where she does just a few little moments, few little tributes. Everyone knows, like, the Three Amigos and things like that. But, yeah, that could be fun. all of that just because she's got 2 cones on her, 2 spikes on her ring gear this week. But it did make me think Legion of Doom. And they're legends. Broke Corbin was best Corbin, says James. Arn said, do you think we will see Ospreay in WWE? I know not yet. He's under contract, but in the future? Well, never say never. I know that Heyman respects him. I remember seeing a press conference that Paul Heyman and Ospreay did. I don't know why they were both on stage at the same time. I think Ospreay had just had that match with Ricochet. And there was a buzz around Ospreay. And Heyman was there. And I remember Heyman offering Ospreay a contract. I forget who the contract was with, but it wasn't WWE. It might have been like MLW or something. But it was basically a contract of, we want you to come to the US. I've managed to get you a deal and all this kind of stuff. And it was kind of as Ospreay was like coming through. So I know there's an appreciation that Heyman's got. I don't know how Vince feels about Ospreay. I don't even know if Vince heard of Will Ospreay, to be honest. So never say never, but do you know what I mean? He's more likely to go to AEW, isn't he, than WWE. He's basically another version of Ricochet, says Corey. Damien Sandow had that gimmick, said Supreme Rose. I remember him being macho, because I remember we had Axelmania. Do you remember Axelmania? Never released. It never eliminated from the Rumble. And he said that there was it was Axelmania. And then they gave Damien Sandow the Macho Man. I can't remember Damien Sandow changing his gimmick each week to a different wrestler, to be honest. I can't remember him doing that. But if you're telling me he did, then I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I really enjoyed Damien Sandow. I loved him when he was Mizdow. I even liked him when he was doing that Macho Man thing with Curtis Axel. So if there is like him doing like loads of different gimmicks, I think that'd be really cool. I really like that idea. Wrestler Andy said, Days, what gimmick would you like to see reused in WWE the way they redo gimmicks like Tiger Mask? What gimmick would you like to see reused? I think it's really difficult, isn't it? Because I think some gimmicks most gimmicks you can't redo. See, the thing with Tiger Mask is it's more like a heritage thing. It's like a mask and you put on and you carries on the tradition. There's a lot of tradition involved in the Tiger Mask thing. But I don't think there would be that tradition with Doink or Nails or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you could get away with doing the Doink. Maybe you could get away with doing the Doink one. I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't think it's not got the prestige though, has it? Or the tradition that Tiger Mask has got. Doink was played by different wrestlers over that run, which is what made me think, could you carry it on and just do different wrestlers going forward? Like, but I think the tradition is really important with Tiger Mask. I'm trying to think of a gimmick that WWE created that's got tradition, and can't really think of one. I suppose the King of the Ring is an example of something that's a gimmick that they keep going back to. But that's a bit different, isn't it? Like King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring. It's seen more as just a prize. But it does change the gimmick. Because you have like King Booker, Queen Zelina. So I feel like they have that. Doink would be weird these days. It would be a bit strange. I wonder if it would work. It'd be in the 24/7 thing, I know that much. Is the commentary added in post? Why does it sound weird? I think some of it is. I don't think all of it is. But I think the stuff backstage is. Rebuilding, it's not a spoiler. Clowns creep me out, said Jilly. What's your name with podcast of SmackDown? I don't know what that means. No one cares about that trophy. That is true. Undertaker's best gimmick ever. That is true. We've got the trophy being brought out. And we are just seeing he ran off with that trophy last week. Doink the Clown. Yeah, I don't know if that one would work. The reason I say it is because it's a clown. He can just come out and, like, you know, interact with the crowds. Doesn't have to be a big thing. I think the kids would love it. And he was played by different people throughout the years, so it can be done. Oh, bring me the sledgehammer. Is he gonna destroy the trophy? No. It's Madcap Moss that's stepped inside the ring. Happy Corbin is talking about how he's going to destroy the trophy. There we go. We've got Madcap in the strike. Oh, he misses. Misses with the sledgehammer. Happy Corbin trying to get out the ring. Strikes coming in by Madcap. Madcap grabbing at Happy Corbin. Corbin goes down into that chair. This is good, yeah. It's a good spot. I thought he would do that. Where he would go down in the chair, try and get up, get knocked back down again. Try to get up, get knocked back down again. Into the ring post goes Corbin, who spills onto the outside. I saw in my paper that a wrestling shop might come to Scotland. How much inspiration do NXT guys like Gargano, O'Reilly, Cole have on certain talent that are waiting on deals instead of asking for a release? Does it set a precedent? How much does that have? How much inspiration does that have? I mean, I don't think that has much inspiration at all. I think what does inspire is the fact that there's potential now to go to AEW. I don't think you'd be leaving NXT or asking to leave unless you had something else lined up. So, listen. I understand that if you're under contract with WWE, you shouldn't really be chatting with anyone else, but you'd be foolish to think those conversations don't go on. There's people that used to be in NXT that are now in AEW. They could go to Tony and say, look, I've been chatting with such and such. I might be able to get them to come over once they're free. What do you think? Just put the feelers out. So I think more so than, asking to just get out of the contracts, I think AEW existing has, maybe made people feel more comfortable about going if they do go, because there's potential that they could find a new home. Here is Ricochet, one and only. Ricochet about to take on Shanks, I think, old Shanky. Here is Ricochet. Corbin is going to announce an NFL draft. We've got Burger King and Subway. Didn't Corbin destroy one of those trophies years ago? Maybe the first one. Oh, God. Can't remember. Can't remember that trophy being destroyed, to be honest. But maybe. My memory only tends to work well for things that I really care about. When it comes to some of that kind of low card stuff, my memory is not as strong as when it comes to main event stuff. AEW's open policy for social media is attractive for many wrestlers, says Ernesto. Shanky is with Jinder. He is. Who is Shanky? Come on. Shanky. Shanky. Shanks. Shanky. Shanko. Thoughts on the storyline where Zayn wins by escaping the cage, and then every time Zayn has another match, he convinces Pierce to change it to a cage match so that he can always win by running away. Well, he would always have to win, though. I don't think a cage match gives Sammy an advantage. If he was able to beat Drew by climbing out, then okay, fine, yeah, you can do that. You can climb out and win that way. But I mean, there's no guarantees he'd be able to do that against other people as well. I think winning a cage match is a hard thing to do. The thing with cage matches is they are meant to be really the end of a feud. They're meant to be, normally how you book them is face against heel. Heel keeps winning because of outside interference. You have a few matches, the face gets frustrated, and then, right, it's going to be a cage match. It's the end of the feud. It's designed to keep people out. It's meant to be hellacious. One of the worst matches because, you're surrounded in steel. And it's meant to be quite brutal, and if you get thrown into the ropes, do you know what I mean? You're not just going into the ropes. The cage is quite close. There's no real give. So as the ropes go back, into the cage you go, and you can get chucked not off the top rope, but you could get chucked off the top of the cage, or it's meant to be a brutal match. So I kind of feel like Sammy requesting it would go against him being a heel, because it's meant to be horrific, hellacious. It's meant to be the end of the road for a feud. So, don't know. It's not a way I would take it personally. I don't think anyone should want cage matches unless you're a face that is exhausted with, like, you know, I've tried everything. I've tried to beat this guy, but he keeps running away, or there's constantly outside interference, I have to have a cage match. It's my only option. It's the only thing that's left. It's the final destination. So I would keep it that way personally. We've had so many cage matches over the years. They need to be treated as special. This could have been a lumberjack match for the laughs. They did that last week, was it? Lumberjack match? So they did a lumberjack match, and then it got to the point where they're like, the only thing that's... Well, they sort of did what we just said. The only thing that's left is a cage match to keep you in from, you know, keep you from running away type thing. So they sort of went that way with this feud as well. But I do agree, keep it special. Cage matches should be special. I was quite excited that there was a cage match on tonight. It shouldn't be something you see all that regular, and I thought it delivered. I thought it did quite well. We got Titus O'Neil doing something, charity, some sports team, some sports charity. I don't know. Intercontinental Championship match. Yeah, just chuck it out there. 35 minutes into the show. Yeah, fine. We'll have that now, shall we? Do you remember when it was Bret Hart against British Bulldog and it main evented Wembley? 35 minutes in SmackDown. We'll have Ricochet against Shanky. Yeah, cool. Final destination should be Hell in a Cell, not an ordinary cage match. I disagree. I think Hell in a Cell is something that's like a specialist match, and it tends to have its own pay-per-view now. I would agree that Hell in a Cell is something that probably shouldn't have its own pay-per-view. But I think that is also something that needs to be kept special. I think Hell in a Cell, for me, is more of a street fight, more of a it is the end of a road, but I think it's even more special. I think Hell in a Cell is something that you could do a few cage matches a year, but I would only do one Hell in a Cell. I feel like Hell in a Cell is a caged street fight. In a way, it's maybe more brutal, which is maybe why you're saying it should be the end of the road for like some feuds. But as I said, I actually think it's probably more special than that, which is why it maybe got its own pay-per-view. And why we only tend to get it once a year, and we only get like a couple of them. But I think it always seems so contrived to like get to a pay-per-view and magically here we go. We just happen to have a feud that needs a Hell in a Cell, and it's time for Hell in a Cell. We just happen to have a feud that needs TLC, and it's TLC. Do you know what I mean? We just happen now to get to Survivor Series where we've got all these people arguing or whatever it might be. It always feels so like fake. I think I agree it would be better if it didn't have its own pay-per-view, but I really would keep it limited. Very, very limited. I mean, I wouldn't be like chucking out a Hell in a Cell on a SmackDown like what we just saw a cage match there. I wouldn't be chucking a Hell in a Cell out here. It would have to be something really specialist, really... I feel like you could make the argument that Hell in a Cell comes after the steel cage, which goes back to the point you was making about it, like, you know, being a step beyond Hell in a Cell. But I just don't think that feuds should really get to that point. I don't think most feuds should go there. I think that really it's just really, really rare. Like... It would need to be a massive feud, something like RK Bro Usos. You know, like the build for that, it's been on Raw, it's been on SmackDown. I think they've done some 6-man, they've done some 10-man. They're going to be facing each other at WrestleMania Backlash. There's loads that's going on with that. I think the build for that has been quite good. So if there's no winner or controversy or whatever from WrestleMania Backlash, then maybe the next one after that would be, you know, Hell in a Cell, or maybe we do a ladder match But then the one after that would be Hell in a Cell, and we get to Hell in a Cell eventually. But that would probably be the only one I would do this year. Yeah, probably the only one I would do this year. But I get your point. I get what you're saying. I do agree it probably is that next step beyond Hell in a Cell. I just wouldn't really go there that often. Ricochet has got the win. It should be the final nail in the feud. Tritium says Jack Swagger destroyed the first trophy. Cesaro won and Swagger interrupted the trophy presentation with Hogan. Is that the first? Is that the first one? Is it? That's the first, because I'm sure Cesaro won the first. Shanky is upset here and seems to be walking away from Jinder. I don't know how well Shanky's going to do on his own, to be honest. Do you think we'll see any Undertaker gimmick matches again now he's retired? Maybe. Do you mean like Buried Alive? Maybe. I think they're matches that they do represent Undertaker, but they're matches that are always feud enders as well. You know, they're quite dark, aren't they? And demonic. Buried Alive or Hell in a Cell was kind of an Undertaker one. But Hell in a Cell, as we said, has been adapted, hasn't it, to other things. What else? I mean, what other Undertaker ones were there? Like casket matches. Yeah, I feel like you can do them. Be a bit weird, though. There would have to be a reason to do a casket match. We would have to know that someone was scared of, like, caskets. I don't know how we would get to that point. And then, like, you know, the heel would say, let's do a casket match type thing. Here's Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel Ravishes next. What the hell does that mean? First ever match on SmackDown. She's got a smile on her face. Can I just say, the back thing, yeah? That doesn't do it for me at all. When she turns her back around and she, like, shows off her back. Not once have I gone, wow. Wow. Does nothing for me whatsoever. I can't be the only one that would think it would look a lot better if she like showed off her biceps. I kind of feel like just her naturally showing off her biceps is more impressive. This back thing, I don't know. Am I meant to be impressed with back muscles or something? I don't know. I think Vince God damn. God, have you seen her back? God damn. I don't know. It's never done it for me. Do you think they'll try and get Ali on SmackDown to go after the Intercontinental? Would be good for him and turn Ricochet somehow. I don't know what they're going to do with Ali, but I mean, obviously we thought he might be going at one point, and then we thought he might be stuck in catering, but now he's popped up on TV, so I think there's feuds for him. At the moment, he's on Raw. Could they eventually move him over? Sure, but probably not going to do it until a superstar shake-up or a draft. That tends to be end of the year, and who knows if Ricochet's champ by that point, so this feud might kind of pass them both by for now. Physically, China was the most impressive, says Larry. Vince is always thirsty. That is a fact. Tori said, I don't understand the back thing either. Okay, good. I'm not alone. She used to do it all the time down in NXT. And I never got it. I mean, she just used to come out. I just used to think, like, wow, she must be really proud of it. I always used to think, like, oh, she must really love her back. Or so much, she must work really hard on it. But I couldn't tell you a good, impressive back from her. Well, maybe if you saw a bad back, you know, it was hairy and lumpy and all this kind of stuff. Like, then you'd be like, ugh. I mean, what I can say is it looks smooth. I can see her shoulder blades. I mean, not actually, but, when she does that, I can see them. So I feel like her body mass index is probably very good. Her body fat is probably at a good percentage. I mean, I can find positives, I suppose, but it's just not where it's at, man. Do you know what I mean? It's not like Hogan when he was doing that. I understood that. I understood what that was for. Do you know what I mean? The 24-inch pythons. Like, I got all that. I don't get this one. What's this? 18-inch back. Well, I don't know what it is. Smooth back, smooth back, smooth back. You're not hairy. You're not hairy. You're not hairy. I don't know. I don't know what you meant to chant. But I support her all the same. I'm not digging the presentation of Raquel as a smiley goody two-shoes. That's how this presentation feels. British Soundboard Pranks said, the back thing is a bodybuilder pose. The trouble is she hasn't got much definition with her delts or upper back, so it flops. Maybe that's it then. Maybe if, like, when she did it, you go, Jesus, look at that. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe when she did it, you'd be like, oh, wow, that's amazing. But instead, I'm just very cold on it all. Right, she's taking on someone called Katz, who is come out quite hot. Pounding away on Raquel. Bell has sounded. Clothesline by Raquel Rodriguez. Smile on her face. She's got test of strength. One-armed test of strength. Picks up Kat. She's got her up in the air. Kat gets chucked down. Showing off the gun. She doesn't have great definition on her arms there. She just showed off her muscle on her arm. I mean, I can talk. But I'm just saying, I feel like if you're going to do it, like, you need to be able to show something. Fall away slam by Raquel Rodriguez. Picks up Kat and another fall away slam. There is a big smile on her face. She's going over to the corner. Splash down. Do you think Harry Maguire would be a good wrestler? What finisher would he have? I don't think he'd be a good wrestler. I can shut that conversation down straight away. I don't think he'd be a good... I think he'd be a worse wrestler than he is a defender. For Man United. He does all right for England. Big knee there by Katz. We've got Raquel on the top rope. Backing away. It's Layla Gray from OVW. She is the OVW Women's Champion. Well, she's about to get slammed down here. 1, 2, 3. She's lost. Smiley Raquel Rodriguez with the victory. Whatever happened to David Benoit? Did he end up changing his mind about wrestling? Don't know. Haven't seen him. I mean, like, there was an interview he did, but to be honest, I don't know if anyone's going to. I mean, he said that he wanted to change his name, I think, to his dad's name, and he wanted to wrestle in his dad's gear and all this, and it didn't sit right with many people, and I don't know. Oh. This guy sits right, though. Gunther! Embodiment of greatness. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, this is a great character. You want good characters? Here's one. Look at this. German, Austrian, no nonsense killer. Respect will be taken by the ring general. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ring general. Have the respect. Have it. If I can find any more, you can have it all. I love that man. I love him. They piped in booze. He's actually got a character, and he's actually entertaining, and he's actually damn good in the ring. I don't know what there is to boo about him. I don't know what there is to boo. I've said before, he talks about like bringing honor and prestige back to wrestling, and about how the mat is sacred, and he calls himself the Ring General, and he's got a character. He's imposing. He has killer matches. It's just not. It's just, you know what I mean? God, even if he's got an attitude, who cares? Conor McGregor's got an attitude. He's one of the most popular stars in the world. Punches old men in pubs. People still cheer him. I haven't seen Gunther doing that yet. You watch out, old people. The Ring General is going to come for you. Pop, pop. Legend Killer, hello. Shout out to you. Did you see Riddle and Randy dap up? Well, I've seen they're coming out. I don't know what we're getting. I don't like him, says Dark Angel. Well, he doesn't like you either. Respect the craft or be punished. When do you think Bayley is coming back? She can't be too far away. I mean, God, she's been out forever. I mean, Lacey's back. Asuka's back. I mean, I feel like, are we only waiting for... Well, I suppose Alexa, but she hasn't been away for as long. I think we last saw her, was it in the Saudi show? So, Alexa and Bayley, but yeah, can't be too much longer. I can see it now. Gunther will be in comedy bits in a few months, says Mason. Chasing after the 24/7 belt. Oh, my God. Oh, God. No. Oh, getting married to Tamina. Oh, God. No. 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 Having a 2-minute match with Reggie. A 30-second match with Reggie. That he loses. God. Prince Albert is coming back for a rivalry with Raquel. Randy went for a fist bump and Riddle grabbed his hand like a handshake. Oh. Right now, on the UK European Tour, Gunther is destroying Sami Zayn. Oh, I'd love to see a competitive match between those two. Because I feel like Sami Zayn should be able to do some stuff. I wouldn't want to see a squash. I'd be down for watching that, though. That is something that would make me really intrigued to actually go to a house show. Do you know what I mean? If they were in Birmingham and it was like Gunther against Sami Zayn, that is a match that would make me really consider buying a ticket. I don't know. I mean, like, seeing the stars, I think as you get older, doesn't do it for you as much. Like, if you're a kid, oh my God, it's everything. Do you know what I mean? I remember being a kid, I only wanted to see them. Just them coming out and actually being in the same room as Undertaker, Razor Ramon, Shawn Michaels, that was everything. But I think as you get older, that doesn't have as great of an appeal. So, like, going to see Sasha. I've seen Sasha before. I've seen quite a few of them before. Probably that's why it doesn't have as great an appeal. But Gunther, I don't know. Do you know what? I don't know if I've seen Gunther wrestle. I'm trying to think if Gunther competed on any of the shows I went to, and I don't think I've seen him wrestle. Even when he was Volta. So, him against Sami Zayn, that's tempting, let me tell you. We've got a Make-A-Wish special guest. If Gunther wants to succeed, he needs to have a back like Raquel Rodriguez. That's true, actually. That's true. He needs to come out and do this. Like that. Show it off. So that Vince can be like, God damn. Ronda against Shotzi and Charlotte against Aaliyah. That's what we've got. Beat the clock. So is Shotzi just being fed to Ronda now? Lol. Well, I mean, it's still not bad, is it? What am I doing today? Oh, you're facing Ronda Rousey. I mean, that's a good day, I think. I think that's a good day. I mean, you're probably going to get battered and lose very quickly, but, I mean, I've had worse days. Right, we have got Usos. I believe this is a contract sign-in. Oh, God. Oh, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the road. What's your favourite TV moment of all time? I really don't know. I don't know. Favourite TV moment of all time? God, you know, to be honest, the first things that come to mind are, well, Father Ted. I mean, I told that moment the other day about a moment in Father Ted that absolutely had me in tears. And, I mean, Only Fools and Horses is, like, one of the best TV comedies ever in, like, British history. And that's had some incredible moments. I kind of feel like when they finally make it is an amazing moment. That is an amazing moment. Or when they go to that funeral dressed as Batman and Robin. It's amazing. I feel like Only Fools has had some brilliant moments. I'm trying to think, like, favorite TV moment. To be honest, I didn't really think about dramas. I'm thinking, like, Walking Dead's had some great moments. Oh, God. When Rick leaves The Walking Dead, that's incredible. Is it my favorite TV moment, though? Don't know if I could put an answer on that. We the ones. Yeah, if you've got a favourite TV moment, put it in the chat. I'd be interested. What are people's favourite TV moment? No spoilers, though. Try and avoid spoilers. Try and avoid spoilers. All right, Usos saying they're going to need bigger luggage to get both to get all the belts. I can't tell you two apart. We need to get them some name tags. Adam Pearce said, I'll take it under advisement. You're telling me right here, right now, you can't tell these two apart? Not at all, Randy. This one. He's the right-hand man. B-words. B-words. Tell you what, he launched over the table and he got Randy quite nice there, actually. Guys, this contract sign-in has not gone to plan. They are fighting right now. I bet Adam Pearce is beside himself. How's he going to explain this to Vince? Vince, you know, that contract sign-in turned into a beatdown. Oh, you know, that contract sign-in. It just went God mode. It just went God mode. God mode. Can you tell this one apart? When elsewhere revealed to be heads of autistic child, mean 87% are in the minds of autistic child. When at elsewhere was revealed. Okay. Never heard of it. That's interesting. What's it? At elsewhere. William, been a member his whole life. William's a giant member. William, shout out to you. Channel name said the crowd is the type that gets more lame even if they drink. Finn Debin, hello. If you call another man a bee, it's like Donkey Kong. Riddle is being laid out here. Roman's made his way down. God mode in the ring right now. The second best moment was Jackson performing Billie Jean the first time. That is cool. Is that where he moonwalks for the first time on TV? At like the Grammys or something? I mean, you could say the moon landings are like the most iconic TV moment because without the TV, how would we have seen it? Do you know what I mean? Drew has made his presence felt. So, is it begun? Has it begun? Drew making his way down, looking at Roman, these two. God, I honestly, right now, I want Roman to mess him up. I want Roman to mess him up. Swinging his sword around. He's McCringe. That's what he is. Save Drew for the UK show. Oh, this thing could go till September. I mean, we're into May. I mean, guys, it's a hell of a way to go, though, isn't it? What? May, June, July, August. Oh my God, that's a long way. That is a long way. You are right. May, June, July, August, September. Ah. If Drew swings his sword around and Roman scarpers, no. I can understand, wanting to get out of the way of a sword, but is that going to be a 6-man or something? I want to see Drew Roman now, says Harley. It's a filler feud, but I don't mind, said James. I still think it's Drew Fury at the UK pay-per-view. Oh, okay. Did they change their minds about Shinsuke and Roman? What happened to that? No idea. No, you know as much as we. I don't know. I have no idea. It really felt like we were going to go that way for a bit. Tyler said, I love it. That's the Drew I want to see. Drew didn't have his swords, and it was instantly better. Well, I do agree with that. I thought he was better earlier in the night. I thought his match was good. I don't mind him. I don't mind him posing with the swords. I don't mind him even coming out with the swords. It is just that where he's threatening people with the sword that just it devalues everything for me. So let's see. He's coming into this feud very, very cold for me. Very, very cold. He's got work. He's got work to do. I was exactly this way when he won the Rumble. I was exactly the same. He was cold when he went into that Rumble for me. I had no interest in him, and then he won the Rumble, and everyone's like, yeah. And I was like, I just don't care. I just don't care. He doesn't do it for me. But then he won the title, and I thought his title reign was all right. I thought it was all right. I thought it had some good moments. So let's see. I am going to have to learn to give this a chance. Give him an opportunity. Let's see if they can do it. I'm sure the build for that UK show will be good. I think it'll be good. If he faces Roman or if he faces Fury, I do think Fury's on that show. I don't know what you're going to do with him. Or who you're going to put him up against. It's going to have to be someone credible and big. You can't be going up against Ricochet. Can't put him up against Ricochet. Maybe Gunther? Maybe the Ring General? I mean, Gunther would lose, but if Gunther's going to lose, I think losing to the heavyweight boxing champion of the world's not too bad, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's all right. The Ring General. Maybe Fury could go up against Raquel and her back. Well. Right. Oh, I missed halftime scores. We'll do it next time. We'll do it the next break, guys. You know what I mean? We're flexible. Right, we are backstage with Adam Pearce, who's texting away. Here's Paul Heyman. Here's the wise man. Wise man, Mr. Pearce. I'm sure you've got your minions. Minions! Roman. Not very happy. He's not happy. I want you to have a good relationship with him. Yeah. WrestleMania Backlash. Okay, bro. And Drew versus Usos and Roman. I've got a unification match. Can't just change it. I admire a man that will stick to his principles over his own career. You can make that match. And I assure you, you will make that match. It's a good segment, man. It's a good segment. Because I must admit, it doesn't really make any sense, does it? We got a title unification match. Title unification match, which Roman told them to go and get. And now Roman's decided he wants to be in this match. And he wants to get his hands on Drew. Why doesn't he just have a one-on-one with Drew? If I was Adam Pearce, I'd be like, why don't we just do the unification match? And then just do Roman against Drew. How about them apples? But it was a good segment, though. It's a good segment. I thought they explained it all very well. Sonny said, hello, Daisy. I move into my room rental tomorrow. Very good. Good luck, Sonny. I hope it goes well. Have to let us know how it goes. As I said, I hope it goes well, and I'm sure it will. Sure it will. Eric, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Hope you are enjoying SmackDown this evening. I hope everyone's enjoying SmackDown this evening. I actually think it's been alright, you know. I feel like, you know, the Gunther thing was good. I feel that the cage match was good. I think Roman just coming out there and, you know, I like Riddle saying he can't tell them apart. I think a lot of people have those problems. I as I said before, I can do it with the tattoo, but if their arms are covered, even I do struggle. And now we've got Sasha and Naomi out there. Naomi. There's Drew Gulak. Thumbs up. He's like, hey guys, look, I've got the hammer. Yeah. Ooh, got the hammer. Ooh, yeah. He's making it work. That's what he's doing. He's making it work. Matt, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Shayna Baszler making her way out. Okay, Shayna coming out with Naomi. If one superstar in AEW wants to come to WWE, who would you choose? Serena Deeb. DB. I love Serena Deeb. I don't think she's ever really had the opportunity that she deserved in WWE. So, she's one of my favourite female wrestlers right now, so I would take Serena Deeb. It's maybe not the exciting Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara people were hoping for, but that's my honest answer. They've got completely different hair. How do you struggle? I mean, they've got black, long hair, both of them. One of them's got a bit more red in than the other. But, to be honest, I've never paid attention to the hair. So I couldn't tell you which one was which from the hair. I think that's how Austin tells them apart. He's mentioned that before. Are you all right? Is there a lingering cough, or is it a hydration, bronchial irritation due to allergies? I think it's just a cough. I just momentarily had a cough, but it's gone now. I feel great. I don't, to my knowledge, don't have allergies. Has anyone stared off in space and then after a while realised you're accidentally staring into someone's eyes? That's so awkward, said LSW. No. Never. Who did you do that with? Who did you do that with? I mean, I can't think of anyone that you can do that with outside of your family members that wouldn't be awkward. Do you know what I mean? If you was out with male friends or female friends, like female friends probably thinking that you're hitting on them or thinking about them, and your male friends are probably just like, why are you not listening to me? Or it's all, who did you do that to? LSW, who did you do that to? I need answers. I want to know. And I want to know if it was awkward. And even if it wasn't, can you tell me it was? I really want to see Naomi in the bloodline as a bit more ruthless and her to win both women's belts, says Mason. Am I the only one who thinks Shayna is extremely overrated? Good in the ring, but awful on the mic. Shouldn't be a champion right now unless she gets a manager. Strike there by Natalia. Sasha coming in. Knee strike to... She's been caught. Slammed on the edge of the ring. Sasha. Naomi now looking for a sharpshooter. Sharpshooter on the edge of the ring by Natalia. Naomi trying to help Sasha, but she's been dealt with by Shayna. Boo. People booing away. Boo. Naomi would not work as a heel. No one would believe it. I'm not sure. This SmackDown feels a lot like Raw. Feels like there's been a million different segments. Everything's moving quite quick. Also, the halftime scores. Yeah, we could do it at the next break. We'll do it at the next break. I do think this has been better, actually, yeah. I actually think this has been all right. There's Shayna stomping on the arm. I did it to one of my friends. He looked at me and said, "What's wrong with you? We haven't spoken since." Yes. Yes. I love that. I love that. I love the fact that that has potentially ended a friendship. That's great. That's great. I love it when awkward moments do that. Just completely destroy friendships. So, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. You missed the halftime scores. Yes, we'll do it at the next commercial break. Drew can't beat Roman, says excellence of execution. Did you see reports that NXT could go back to Full Sail? I did not. What's this Where's Butch thing? Is it because he went into the crowds? They're trying to make like a Where's Butch? Hashtag Where's Butch. Have they found him? Didn't they think they lost him the other day? We're bound to find him. I've put him in the parking lot. I've put him in catering. Rich Holland has put posters in the exact same place. I couldn't quite hear what Rich Holland said then. Let's go, fella. Right, here we go. We've got Sheamus and... Fight Night. What are your thoughts on Woods using a roll-up as his finisher? It's not really a finisher, is it? It's not really a finishing move. It's probably the most deadliest finisher, but I wouldn't say it's a finisher. Normally, like, you get someone weak and then it's like, finish him. Do you know what I mean? I always think of the finishers like that way. Mortal Kombat. Finish him. It's time to do your biggest move. It's time to do the one that you go to, the one that puts people away. Roll up. Imagine that in Mortal Kombat. Finish him. 1, 2, 3. Fatality. It's not the most exciting, is it, in the world? Do you think the 6-man tag should be winner take all? No. I mean, like, it probably should be, and we could get to it, but I think it makes it predictable, because surely Roman ain't losing his title that way. Do you know what I mean? I think if it's winner take all, then straight away you go, well, Roman and the Usos are winning. You see, the tag belts, do halftime scores whilst I'm doing this. So put in your halftime scores. But I think the tag belts is a 50-50 match. I can't quite get a read as to whether RK Bro or the Usos are winning it. I mean, I'm leaning the Usos because I think RK Bro will split. But I could easily make an argument for RK Bro to win both belts as well. I think if with Roman involved and then all the belts on the line, straight away you go, well, Roman and the Usos are winning. So it just makes it a bit more predictable. Does it make it, on paper, a bigger pay-per-view, a bigger main event? Yes, because all the belts are on the line, the bloodline defending everything they've got. Like, I like that idea, but from a who's going to win the match predictability point of view, actually sitting down and watching the contest, I think it makes it very predictable, to be honest. So, I don't know. I was kind of thinking, like, maybe the tag titles could still be on the line. Maybe whichever team wins. Do you know what I mean? Like, the titles are still affected. That way, you could even have Drew getting pinned which I know might not be to everyone's liking, but Drew could get pinned and maybe cost RK Bro the belts, and you could maybe explore that idea. So I don't know. I don't hate the fact that the tag titles could still be defended here, but for me personally, I probably wouldn't have everything on the line. 1987 Big Fan says 5. Chris says 10. Larry says 0. Harry says 7. Wow, we're all over the road here. Zoom Station with a 5. Greg with an 8. Rajesh, shout out to you. If the 6-man tag is the way they're going, I hope they make it a tornado or no holds barred. I don't want a normal 6-man event in. Even if it was winner take all, I'm hoping for tornado tag, says Harley. Mason with a 7. Charlie with a 7. 6.5 says Sean. Drew doesn't get pinned at Backlash, but loses to Roman at the next pay-per-view. I'm going to watch the boxing because Alexa Bliss is in Serrano's corner. Is she? Is she? Do you mean Bianca Belair? I haven't heard that Alexa Bliss is there, to be honest. 7 says Dylan. Pointless doing a 6-man with Roman Usos. It's a bit predictable, said... oh, hello. What's this? Oh, there it is. 6-man tag team match. Drew and RK Bro against Roman and the Usos. I wonder if Roman... Do you remember Roman was injured after WrestleMania? And there was some talk about the fact that he might have to relinquish the titles. And since WrestleMania, he hasn't had a match. I wonder if the concern was that he wasn't going to be able to have a match, which is why they haven't built a feud. Perhaps now they're starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, Roman's saying that he can get involved, but we need it to be a tag match so that he's protected. So actually, from a storyline point of view, you might look at this and go, it's not the way that I would take it. But from I think Roman was legit hurt. Do you remember his shoulder? They had there was some kind of bump at WrestleMania where something had gone wrong and something was seemingly out of place. And then like that, the next night on Raw, when he held both titles up, he was like grimacing. And then even as he was bringing them back down, he was like clearly in a lot of pain. So, he maybe it's something to do with that, and the tag match is just to protect him. Right, we've got Xavier about to take on Ridge Holland. Do you know Wreck-It Ralph? Shaking Sheamus. He's been working some house shows, says Trey. It's a meaningless match, says Tyler. Shaking Sheamus is the chant. Shaking Sheamus is over. Whilst you're shaking on the outside, I'm going to be inside destroying Ridge Holland because New Day rocks. New Day rocks. Ridge is looking good, says Lone Star Friends. Did you see the NXT releases? I did. We touched on it. The days are going on. You can tell finally who beat Roman and when he lost his championship. I don't know what you mean. Roman had a match in the O2, says Delwyn. Crowd is popping, said Hollywood Hat Kids. Right, we've got Ridge and Xavier. This shaking Sheamus thing is, like, actually over? I thought it was rubbish. It was like, Wreck-It Ralph, that shaking Sheamus. Just doesn't mean anything, but the crowd are into it. Crowd like it. One for the kids. Shake It Sheamus is booty. How's your day? I'm shocked about the NXT releases. Hopefully they go to AEW or Impact, says Nathan. Yeah, my day's all right. Obviously, that was sad news. But I liked finding out the name of the UK pay-per-view. I thought that was good. Shaquem loves it. Loves it. We want Razor, says Anthony. Days, what? It's gone. Ledge Killer said commercial break. We are at commercial break. We've only got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes to go. That's it. 35 minutes, and then we're done with SmackDown. And I think it's been all right, man. I think this SmackDown's been all right. I haven't minded this show at all. I do think it's definitely going to be a SmackDown that's going to struggle ratings-wise, to be honest, because it's taped, and I think a lot of people will have looked at the results and thought to themselves, there's no real need to bother with that. There's no need to really bother with that show. So I don't know how well it's going to perform. I would imagine, and also, aren't the NBA playoffs on at the moment? We've seen Raw do a 1.6, which was low. 1.64 million for Raw. We've seen, I think, didn't AEW do like 900,000, just over? So that was off its million. That one didn't seem to suffer too bad, but I think it was ranked 4th. So I think that definitely did still suffer a little. But, yeah, I'm just looking now. Timberwolves against the Grizzlies is on right now. I know the Raptors managed to get back into their thing. It was 3-2, wasn't it? So, they won yesterday, did they? 76ers won 4-2 in the end, so well done. Well done, 76ers. Looks like they won quite convincing as well. I didn't see that score. I saw that Raptors had got it back to 3-2, but Raptors winning yesterday 132-97. AEW ratings are declining each week. They're not, to be honest, I don't think the 900-odd thousand's too bad. I kind of think that's where they are. Well, do you know what? I don't know what they get each week. I would have said about 900 to 1 million. So for them to still deliver 900-odd thousand, I actually thought wasn't too bad. I didn't think that was too bad. Let's have a look. I'm just going to have a look, see what past few weeks been on. Alvarez has got 921 is what it was this week. God, I have to go back a week. 921, and that compares to last week that was... Don't even know if I'm going to be able to find it. 930. So it went down by 9,000. 930. 921, 930, and the week before that. We are back from commercial break. What was the week before that? I never look at the ratings, you know. I used to when it was head-to-head, but I just don't bother now. 977. So, 977 2 weeks ago. 930, 921. That's the past 3 weeks for AEW. Under 900,000 until playoffs is good, says Virtual Fat Ass. Roman needs to be on Raw fighting Cody, said Zoom Station. We are back from commercial break, yes. Strikes coming in by Xavier. Xavier goes over Ridge. Chop coming in by Xavier. And again. Headbutt. Headbutt by Ridge Holland. Use your head. I love it. So, Sheamus loving what he's seeing from Ridge Holland. Dakota is going to be fine. She is too damn talented. Big Time Baxter said Meltzer spoke on Observer today about how Warner Brothers Discovery is making mass layoffs, cancelling scripted some shows, and Alvarez claimed the situation with AEW with 2024 is up in the air. Thoughts? I think that they are going to be all right long term. I don't think that even if this deal falls through, that AEW will fold. I think that there's a lot of streaming companies, a lot of networks. I think they have got... I think they've got a lot going for them, a lot of momentum. And I think, the reason they keep banging on about those demos is because apparently they are the important numbers. They are the numbers that mean the most. So, I kind of think that is definitely something that they can, keep a hold of. Even if they go to another network, they can be like, well, look, we've been number one on a Wednesday night on cable for, X amount of weeks. Demo is, the best on Wednesday night or second best. Like, I feel like they've got definitely things they can go into a presentation with that looks impressive. I'd imagine they probably put feelers out to see, what the markets, who out there would be interested if it does fall through. So, yeah, I mean, look, maybe their future isn't TNT, TBS. Maybe it is. But I think even if they do go, I think they'll be all right. And I've said before, I mean, they just don't seem to be able to get past that million. It feels like they need to go to a different network if they are going to get past that million mark, to be honest. It feels like they need... I don't know. They need something they're not quite getting on TNT, TBS. Pin by Woods. And Ridge Holland loses. AEW should create their own network, like the WWE network, says James. I'll never understand why some folks want AEW to fail. It's like it's said, watching one wrestling brand is like watching one movie studio. Why limit yourself? Kofi, how about it? You and me right now. Sheamus wants Kofi one-on-one. See, this whole thing just feels like filler, to be honest. Ridge taking on Xavier, and now we go straight into Sheamus and Kofi. This, I would say this has been like the low point of the show for me. There's too much wrestling on TV. Raw, NXT, Dynamite, SmackDown, Rampage. We do have Rampage still to come, don't we? I don't even know what's on Rampage actually tonight. And with so much wrestling news, I haven't had a chance to look. Sheamus against Kofi. Botchy roll up. No Lacey promo tonight. Does that mean that she might show up next week? Maybe. There's still time for her to do one, but if there isn't one tonight, then I think that's for the better, to be honest. I am someone that really believes in and wants character development, so to finally actually to get some should be right up my street, but I think this is bad character development. And honestly, bad character development is worse than no character development. I think I'd rather no character development than bad character. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather they didn't do anything with like Chad Gable rather than call him Shorty G. So I think bad character development is actually worse. So yeah, we spoke about that earlier in this stream. I think you can use that stuff, but you just got to do it in a more sensitive, maybe better environment, maybe a sit-down interview. Maybe, have some light with the shade. Like, a lot of it felt quite down, and my life's been hard. And, everyone's life's difficult. Everyone goes through trials and tribulations. I'm certainly not lessening what Lacey Evans has been through, because I'm sure she's been through some exceptionally hard times. But I just sort of feel like, here's Lacey, and Lacey now tells us about, horrible stuff from her past. It's just not the way I would do it, personally. So, yeah, let's see. I don't know if we get another one, or if she's getting closer to actually coming back and being in the ring. We'll find out. I think people need to stop worrying about the ratings and just enjoy the shows, says Mason. Larry said, too much wrestling. Here's an idea. Record them. Jilly said, Tony doesn't do AEW for a living. It's a passionate hobby. He loves wrestling, and he's trying to give us an alternative. He could sell the company and walk away with a profit. Right, here we go. We are back. Kofi against Sheamus. Crossbody, and Kofi and Sheamus spill to the outside. AEW Network put Ring of Honor stuff on as well, and have all the shows and pay-per-views on. To be honest, I'm not sure. The reason why I'm not sure about that is because WWE had a network, and they sold it. They basically sold it for $1 billion to Peacock. The money is not in there's a lot of money in creating your own network. The expenditure to create your own network would be crazy. I don't know how many millions and millions and millions WWE spent on creating the WWE network, but it would be millions and millions and millions, and was in developmental for a long time. So AEW would have to spend a lot of money to have it developed, to have servers set up, hosting such a thing. The real money is in selling your content to Netflix, or selling your content to HBO, or selling your content somewhere else. So I think for the fans, having an AEW network would be ideal. And as you said, have the shows, have the pay-per-views, all of that kind of stuff. The only problem you've got is that you've not got a network promoting you, have you? You are your own network. So, like how Fox and these shows put little adverts of, join us on Wednesday for, The Crazy Alien, or whatever it was called. Or don't forget this Saturday, NASCAR. Like those little pop-up things, and how they do cross-promotions and all that kind of, you've got to do all that heavy lifting on your own if you're not part of a TV network. Having your stars go on talk shows and stuff like that's easier to do if you're on that network. So I think it becomes harder. You're just out on your own. Plus, do you know what I mean? People will find you flicking the channel. They're not going to find you if you're on the internet on your own network type thing. WWE had a network, but it's not where you watched Raw and SmackDown unless you wanted replays. They were still on Fox. They were still on USA. They were still in those places where they could be discovered, because discoverability is super important, and helps bring new fans to your content. So that would be the problem. The problem would be it'd be super expensive. Discoverability would be hard. The weight of promotion and everything like that falls just solely on you. You don't have any network support. I feel like the better way forward would be And maybe it wouldn't be as good for the fans, but sell it to Netflix, sell it to Disney Plus, sell it to, you know, one of those. WWE got $1 billion for, you know, their pay-per-views and their old content. But that's not, they haven't sold it forever. It's $1 billion for like, what, 10 years or something, I think? It's a crazy deal when you think about it. When them 10 years are up, that's it. You know, they're off Peacock, but unless they renew. But it doesn't matter, does it? Because they can just go back to their own network. And they never had Raw and SmackDown anyway, so there's no disruption there. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they do. I think there'll be plenty of options on the table, let's put it that way. Plenty of things that they can do. It's just what's the right one? What's the one that's going to, you know, be best for the fans and bring them the most money? Sheamus has won against Kofi, and he set a table up. We've got 20 minutes to go. Don't know what our main event tonight is. Is it the Beat the Clock stuff? Is that our main event? 2 Beat the Clock matches? Powerbomb through the table. We got Kofi down in the ring. We've got Xavier put through a table on the outside. Fella! AEW needs a booker to get better stories. You've got good wrestlers. You just need stories to captivate people. Then the rating would increase, says Surge. Corey said, worst thing about AEW is they have match after match without a lot of story. Tell you, it's interesting, isn't it, how you lot are saying a similar thing? You end up with 2 people in the ring doing moves with no context. James said, as long as they succeed, that is the main thing. Right, chapter 4 in the story of Lacey Evans. Right. Okay, here it goes. I got kicked out of my home at age 17. Jesus! Oh my God! Oh my God! Here's chapter 4 of Lacey Evans. I got kicked out of my home when I was 17. Guys, was you having fun? Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm so sorry, Lacey. I'm sorry. To be honest, I'm not even listening now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even listening anymore. Make it stop. Make it stop. I don't know what I was trying to do. If they're trying to get her over as a face, you can do that. Do we need, like, Dear Diary? I mean, she's, like, crying. And, do you know what I mean? She's hot. She's hot. So, Clash at the Castle, eh? Clash at the Castle. Whoop, whoop. Fight like a mother. Again, wife, sister, daughter. We go through that. I'm no better than the other superstars, but they're not better than me. Okay. Cool. How about you have a match? How about you have a match, beat some jobbers or something? Yeah. Yeah. Here is Rowdy Ronda Rousey. Beat the clock. Beat the clock. Oh my God! Did you see that kid? There was a kid wearing a Jake the Snake t-shirt. And he was on his, I think he was on his dad's shoulders or something. And he got distracted by the shirt. And he was like, yeah. But I saw the Jake the Snake. Respect to that kid. Respect. Here's some respect. I had some left over from Gunther. This Monday, Roman Reigns is doing something. What's he doing? What has the Bloodline got planned for Raw? Raw this Monday. Rousey's gonna win. Rousey's gonna win. Yeah, I mean, they're both gonna win, but who's gonna win the quickest? Ronda Rousey. That's what I've written. That's a brand new superstar, Ronda Rousey. I love Ronda Rousey. Big name in the fighting world. You put some respect on her name. You put some respect on the name Ronda Rousey, goddammit. Ronda Rousey. Bop. Ronda is going to point at the WrestleMania sign. Best speller on YouTube. On YouTube. I respect that kid in the crowd. I do as well, Hayden. I do. You love to see it. I love to see it. Respect being paid to the legends. James said, is it me or has Raw been better than SmackDown lately? Yeah, I think it has. I think that this SmackDown has been all right. I feel like the longer it's going on, the more momentum it's losing. I think the Xavier, Sheamus, Ridge, they just ain't doing it for me. So, and then like the Lacey thing. Jeez, I feel like I've stumbled into someone's therapy session. This Beat the Clock might be all right. Might be all right. Might be rubbish. Who knows? We'll find out together, won't we? But yeah, I think Raw has been better. Do you know what's going to be even better? Katie Taylor tomorrow. Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano. O-M flipping G. I can't wait. Have I mentioned I can't wait? Ronda is going against Shotzi. Oh, is it Shotzi she's facing? Is it Charlotte's... Charlotte Aaliyah? Right, let's change it over then. Shotzi. Minus her tank. You could say SmackDown has been Raw. Lol, get it? Raw, because it used to suck more. Days, here we go. My baby girl Ronda is going to kill Shotzi. Justin, shout out to you. I want Lacey to reveal that she's got a flatulence disease. And do it just as serious as she is everything else. That would be unexpected. Sasha against Shayna next week. God, didn't they do this with Liv and Rhea, where they just keep facing people in solo matches? Shotzi doesn't get an entrance. Here's Charlotte. Charlotte does. So one of the people in the match doesn't get an entrance, but someone that isn't in the match does. Here comes Legion of Doom. Well, what a rush. Dun, 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 dun. I'm still saying Hogan bikini needs to happen. Defo. When doesn't it need to happen? Charlotte's making her way down, and as she even gets fireworks going. I suppose she is the champion, in all fairness. Give her that. I'll give her that. Dun 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 dun. Can't Shotzi have some time? No! No time for her. Here we go. Beat the clock challenge. Shotzi gets out the ring. She's running away. Ronda's this is wrestling. Shotzi literally running away from Ronda. Shotzi tries to get through, and Ronda grabs Shotzi, gets her by the leg. Shotzi into the ring. Screams, goes for a kick. Ronda with a kick of her own. Shotzi goes down. Ronda looking at the time. Shotzi on the outside. Shotzi getting back into the ring. She gets away from Ronda. Face first. Ronda again looking at the time. And again looking at the time. God, stop looking at the time. Just win the match, woman. Shotzi pushed back against the ropes. Kick coming in by Shotzi. Charlotte's on a swivel chair. Just swiveling around on the outside like Dr. Evil. I'd be doing that as well, in all fairness. If I was on a swivel chair. I'd just be swiveling around. I'd be 360ing. Right, Ronda looking like she's rolling through. Ankle lock applied. I quit. Oh, I quit. 1 minute 41. 1 minute 41. It's a competitive time. There's no escaping that. It's very competitive. So, time. I think this is now our main event. Charlotte Flair taking on Aaliyah. Aaliyah is main eventing SmackDown. What a time to be alive. If we were trying to beat the clock, why is it counting up instead of down? No, the beat that I understand what you're saying, but that now sets the time that Charlotte has to beat. So Charlotte now has to take on Aaliyah and beat her quicker than 1 minute 41. That'll be your last win for a very long time. Get your 10 seconds of fame with Charlotte Flair. Realistically, a former UFC champion should have beaten a WWE wrestler in under a minute, says Dark Angel. Here's Aaliyah. I couldn't tell you. Honestly, you could play me Aaliyah's music. I couldn't pick it out of a lineup. Aaliyah making her way down. So she needs to not lose, basically. Last longer than a minute 41. She finished her UFC opponents faster than that, says BBB Yipsy. Yeah, but I don't know if her UFC opponents kept running away on the outside of the ring. I can't remember her UFC opponents like Misha Tate, Sarah McMahon, jumping out the octagon and running around the outside trying to avoid fighting. Insecurity kick by Aaliyah. Clothesline by Charlotte. Seeing a lot of Aaliyah, said Dark Angel. Aaliyah lands on her feet. Up. looking for a bulldog. Ronda sat down. She got a little mark on her leg. Don't know if she got cut somehow in that 1 minute 40 odd match that. I don't know. Aaliyah with a crossbody but misses. 43 seconds to go. Big boot. Aaliyah goes down. 35 seconds. Charlotte about to... Oh, went for the figure eight. Gets knocked out the ring. Ronda looks at her and laughs. Ronda saying, you got 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds. She's getting that figure eight on. She's got it. She can't quite get it. There it is. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aaliyah survives there. Aaliyah taps. Ronda laughing. Ronda wins the Beat the Clock challenge. Charlotte is shocked. She is shocked. I never understand this, to be honest. Ronda beat her opponent quicker than Charlotte beat hers. Such a weird thing, isn't it? Like, when do we do that? We don't do that in MMA, do we? We don't do that in MMA. We don't do that in other sports. I don't know what that proves. That as a main event, Jesus, SmackDown is bad. Charlotte is in disbelief. Charlotte in the middle of the ring. We still got 5 minutes to go here. Are we just ending, are we? Or is Charlotte gonna beat someone up? Is she gonna go after Drew Gulak again? He was doing the timekeeping stuff, wasn't he? She's going down. Perhaps she wants to... She should take a seat on the swivel chair again. Just have another little go. You, Drew Gulak. Are you stupid? Is he stupid? She asked the fans. Boot by Charlotte. She made that look good. Drew Gulak. What are we building towards? I don't know why. Why are we doing this? Is Charlotte going to lose the title to Ronda and then start a feud with Drew Gulak? Do you know what would be good? If Drew Gulak was like, I'm not going to fight you. I won't fight you, Charlotte. But I know someone that will. And then that's a way of bringing in someone. Here we go. Boom. Across the back. She wallops Gulak with the bell. They have emasculated poor Drew Gulak. Why? Maybe Charlotte retains and Gulak wins the SmackDown Women's Championship. Maybe that's where we're going. Maybe that's where we're heading. Drew Gulak is going to be the SmackDown Women's Champion. He's going to win the Women's Money in the Bank and he's going to cash in on Charlotte Flair. You mark my words. You write them down. You mark them. Gulak buried for eternity. Yeah, she walloped him with the bell. Poor Gulak. Main event just over a week from Backlash. Yep. Drew brings in LMK. That'd be great. Little mean Kathleen. Answer me this. Why do people hate Ronda and want her gone from WWE? The thing is because she is a great champion, great warrior, great fighter, but not a good professional wrestler. You know, her promos are not good enough. her in-ring, it's hard for her to be careful. You know, if she was to go in there and just start throwing in some strikes, kicks, looking for takedowns, trying to grab arm bars, if she was to just do her natural game, people would get hurt. And, you know, yeah, she'd look like a badass. But for her to, like, pull her punches and clotheslines, headlocks, do you know what I mean? Suplexes, like, things that you just wouldn't look to do in a cage. That's not natural for Charlotte, for Ronda. And I don't think she, you know, if you go down, like, great Ronda matches, you would say her debut. You might say her and Charlotte at Survivor Series with the kendo sticks and everything, but it's not the longest of lists, is it? Great Ronda Rousey WWE matches. It's not the longest of lists. So I think that she is just someone that just doesn't grab professional wrestling fans or sports entertainment fans. But her impact on sports is undeniable. She is... You know, I think if you're telling the history of women in sport, I think you have to mention Ronda Rousey. You have to. She changed the game. Dana White said there would never be women in UFC. He said there will never be women fighting in UFC. And then he saw what Ronda was doing in Strikeforce, and he was like, "We're gonna have a women's division." She was the one that opened that door. She was just given the belt. She was, I think, the Strikeforce bantamweight champion, and so she never lost that. So when she joined UFC, they just gave her the UFC women's bantamweight champion and so she just, without winning it, was the champion and then defended the belt. She was in the first ever women's UFC match. She's done so much, and she doesn't get the respect she deserves, but I can understand that sports entertainment fans, whatever, don't care about any of that. What's that got to do with anything? But she is a pioneer. She is like this, do you know what I mean, historical figure, this really important figure. But again, if she can't cut a promo and her matches are a bit dull, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't really make a difference. And then don't forget, not on top of all of that, she then laid into the fans when she left. And she was ripping into the fans. I can't remember her exact words, but she didn't pull her punches, did she? When it came to some comments that she made. So, right, let's go into the chat and get a quiz. A little question on the go. What did you think of WWE Smackdown? We are underway with Rampage. We've got Swerve and Darby Allin. So, Swerve against Darby Allin. As I said, I haven't had a chance to have a look. There's been so much news today with people being released and names of UK pay-per-views and Katie Taylor and everything tomorrow. I just didn't get a chance to have a look and see what was on this show tonight. I feel like there'll be some stuff. They normally give us some stuff on Rampage. Right, we got the poll up. Get your thoughts in. What did you think of Smackdown? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Has it left you happy? Has it left you sad? Has it left you indifferent? Are you still in tears from the Lacey Evans segment? God, those Lacey Evans segments. I feel bad criticizing them because I know there's like some serious stuff in there. The only thing I can tell you is I don't listen to them now. Don't listen to them. So I don't even know what she says. Mentally just switch off from them. It's the only way I can get through. Swerve against Darby Allin. Darby Allin with Sting at ringside. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. Rob said, I feel bad for fans that were stuck there for 4 hours. The last 2 Smackdowns weren't great. I do think it declined. As the show went on, I thought the second hour was quite poor. So I would probably be about a 6.5. I thought the cage match was good. That's what's propping it up. I thought the cage match was good. I thought it was good that when Roman came out during Arcade Bro and Usos, and then Drew coming out means, oh, okay, we know where we're heading now. So that was, decent. I'm trying to think what happened immediately after the cage match. There was something that was on after the cage match that I thought was okay as well. And I can't even remember what that was now, so shows that it made a lasting impression. But yeah, I thought the first hour was pretty good. I was quite entertained. I thought the second hour was quite poor. I think they largely stacked the first hour, and as a main event, I don't think that was really strong enough, but Lee said 6.25. It was bad, says Chloe. Professional wrestling is sports entertainment. Wrestling is entertainment, says Nelson. Well, I mean, look, it's a debate that will go on until the cows come home. I mean, it's been created by Vince. Vince doesn't call it wrestling. He doesn't refer to it as wrestling. He refers to what he does as sports entertainment. So now what you've got is, because sports entertainment is undefined, it doesn't have a definition. It's something that Vince has created. Really, whatever they do is sports entertainment. So now what you get is anything WWE do, or anything that's a bit goofy, or anything that's a bit silly, or anything that you've got to suspend your disbelief with, or anything like that, you get the standard answer, well, this is sports entertainment. It's just this blanket phrase now that's just all-encompassing. Well, it's sports entertainment, isn't it? Whereas professional wrestling has historically been two people fighting in a ring, moves, and all that kind of stuff. So I think, take, what's her name? Wendy Chu in NXT. She came down to the ring the other day. I saw people talking about this on Twitter. She came down to the ring and squirted Mandy Rose with a water pistol. Mandy Rose and Toxic Attraction went to the entranceway, and then a net fell down on top of them like Home Alone. And then as they got off the net, Wendy Chu was there to spray silly string on them. I mean, that's not professional wrestling, is it? It's because professional wrestling is matches and people competing in a ring, two people, to try and find who's the best. That is, I mean, you could say silliness, but it's sports entertainment. That's where we are. Sports entertainment. It's all under the umbrella. So, I think you can find differences between them, but equally, sports entertainment's just a Vince-created thing. Are you doing Newcastle-Liverpool? I don't know. I've got them all written down and all set up. I went through and did the matches and everything and set them all up. So if it's not on the channel, then the answer is no. I don't even know where my list is, actually, of what we're doing. And I don't even know if we're back from commercial break right now. They did just say that we went to commercial break. We do stick with it here, but I don't know if you're watching adverts or if you're back. No, I've got Liverpool-Tottenham on the 7th. Liverpool. We've got a few Liverpool games coming up. Liverpool-Villarreal, Liverpool-Tottenham, Liverpool-Villa, the FA Cup final, and Liverpool will probably be in the Champions League final as well. So we're not short of Liverpool stuff, but yeah, no games tomorrow. My focus is Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, UFC. My focus is on that. Would you class yourself as a proper boxing fan or a fan that comes in for big fights as a casual? I would say I'm a casual. I think that, I really like boxing, and I've watched the big fights throughout my career. But I think if you was a hardcore boxing fan, then you would watch boxing each weekend. regardless, you know, you would tune in for, you know, those people that are coming up through the rankings. You know, like how with wrestling, we watch NXT and we watch Raw and SmackDown every week. Same with like UFC. I mean, I watch all the fight nights. I watch all the pay-per-views. I'm looking at like the news and what's being said, who's calling out who. I don't watch like Bellator and all of that, but I think in regards to UFC, I think I'm a hardcore. For WWE, I think I'm a hardcore. I wouldn't say I'm a hardcore AEW, just because I think if you're hardcore, you'd be watching Dark, Elevation, probably watching Being the Elite. Do you know what I mean? You'd be watching all of that additional content as well. So with boxing, I think if I was hardcore, I'd be watching every week. But I just can't. I mean, it's on at the same time as UFC. It's on at the same time as other things. But I really like boxing. I've always liked boxing. I remember when I was a kid watching like Frank Bruno. I mean, that's probably my first exposure is, you know, watching Frank Bruno fights. He was always big over here. And then like Lennox Lewis, obviously kind of around the same time. Kick to nice little replay. It's not often they do that. It's not often they show a little replay. But they just showed a replay of a kick there by Swerve. Strickland and Darby probably had this match about 5 times before. Nice suplex to the outside. Edward said, would you class me as a hardcore boxing, wrestling, UFC fan? I don't know, dude. Only you know if you're a hardcore boxing, wrestling, UFC fan. Mike said, I prefer AEW over WWE, but I'm not a WWE hater. Fair play. When WWE Network first came out, I was only watching the old school pay-per-views, says Larry. Some amazing stuff out there. Lots to watch and discover or re-enjoy. Right, Darby getting chucked back into the ring. We've had 167 votes, so might as well end the poll. Ricky Starks was making his way down to the ring, and Sting just saying a few words as Ricky Starks is being chased away. James said, I watch everything, so I'm not a casual. I've still got SmackDown on, says Bill. Okay, Ricky Starks provided a bit of a distraction. That kind of led Sting away. They cut back to the ring as I think Darby picked up the win. I didn't quite see who got it. It didn't feel like a brilliant finish. I think Darby got the win there, but okay, we've got Sean Spears. He's bigger, he's faster. This is a guy that's got a lot of PP, pinnacle potential. PP. It's full of PP. It could be Darby Sting at Double or Nothing. Edward says, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. I have to be, as I do the sports. Tori said, I love old school wrestling. Bill said, have you seen Butch? He's hiding by you. I can confirm there is no Butch here. Butch is not in my house. That is confirmed. That has been confirmed. This is the worst surprise. They should just say Big Cass. Right, they're just showing on Dynamite the fire that was thrown at Chris Jericho. Sports Entertainer of the Week award has been given to Chris Jericho. Santana and Ortiz have come out. Santana and Ortiz have come out and they're attacking Jericho. Morrissey and the Pinnacle, that could be cool. Old sparkly shoes here. Old sparkly shoes has just been attacked. Coming up next, we got a trios match. Jade's. It's gone. It's gone. Trios match. Lady match. Trios lady. Hayden said, Butch is not in my house either, thank God. Well, I think that if we take this approach, we should be able to find him. We can slowly start to eliminate everyone that's in the chat and we can find Butch that way quite comfortably. So, yeah, not here. Right, we've got trios match. Trios match. Jade Cargill, some, what are they called? Baddies. Baddies, the baddies. Got the baddies taking on the goodies. Jade and the Baddies is the best R&B group this year. Jade and the Baddies. We all need Butch in our lives, says William. Heather said, personally, I am 100% behind Morrissey versus Wardlow. Bill said, what do you think of the big three-way tag? And SmackDown has me laughing. What do I think about the big three-way tag? I don't even know what big three-way tag we're talking about. Is that tonight on Rampage? Because I haven't seen the card for Rampage. And I don't know if they've announced the main event, to be honest. Let's have a look and see what we've got on Rampage. Let's have a little look. So, we have got Swerve against Darby. That was the Owen Hart qualifier. Darby, I believe, winning. There's going to be a face-to-face confrontation between Hook and Danhausen. Next, we got the trios thing. Jade Cargill, Red Velvet, and Kiera Hogan taking on Willow Nightingale, Trish Adora, and Sky Blue. Samoa Joe against Trent Beretta in the Ring of Honor World TV Championship match. And then Colton Gunn taking on Keith Lee. That's what we've got tonight on Rampage. Let's go. NASCAR livestream said, I found Butch. Where do I call? Call 0800. I've found a Butch man. 0800. I found a Butch man. And report it there. I think it's a line that you can call if you found or are trying to find a Butch man. So, good luck with that. Jade Cargill and the Baddies against all the women jobbers. What did you think of the return of Asuka? I love Asuka. It's great to have her back. I loved her facial expressions, the flick of the nose. I thought she'd bopped. Bop. I thought she'd done that. It wasn't until I saw the replay that she was like, boom. Actually gave a little flick. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I like Asuka, though. I'm an Asuka stan. Did you see my tweet about my new top? I saw your Liverpool one. I left a like. My Cody top came at the same time. Busy day, Edwards. Busy day. Morrissey is a one-off and it'll be good. MJF doesn't need another heavy. Morrissey just needs to stay at Impact. Right, here we go then. Time for the trios match. We're 20 minutes in. I don't think this is going to take long. We've still got 2 matches to go and the Hook confrontation thing, so I'll probably get a few minutes. Here's the baddies. The baddies. What makes them the baddies, please? Does anyone know? What have they done that's bad? That would be my first question. Okay, so you're applying to be a baddie. Question number 1. What have you done that's bad, please? Unofficial baddie section. Jade Cargill holds up the belt and says, "That's right. That's right. Here's the goodies. Sky Blue, Willow, Nightingale, Trish, Adora." There's a sign in the crowd that says Daddies section. There's a Daddies section, Baddies section, Goodies section. Asuka is back on YouTube on the Kana-chan TV. She is funny on there. The 6-way match from SmackDown. Do you mean the 6-man? The 6, like the Roman one? Roman Usos against Drew and RK Bro. That one, I think it's all right. I think it helps getting Roman onto the card, and at this stage in the game, I think he's coming back from injury. I don't know how protected he is on those house shows. I've been told that he's been doing matches there. But I think he did pick up an injury at WrestleMania, and I think that we just haven't been seeing him competing or getting that physical. And I think putting him in a tag match just keeps him protected, so it's all right. I like that. I really appreciate the detail. I really appreciate they were having a unification match. We're going to have, both champions defending their belts and all this kind of stuff. And I really appreciate they haven't just changed it. Like, I really like the Paul Heyman section where they explain why they're changing it. I appreciate that. Red Velvet just gets hurled across the ring. Whatever you do, don't wet Butch. Never put Butch in sunlight and never feed Butch after midnight. Excellent advice. Excellent advice. Cora, what's her name? Sky Blue. I'm going to say Cora Blue. That's Cora Jade, innit? Leg drop by Kiera Hogan. She gets dragged back as Jade Cargill gets tagged in. Jade Cargill, big boot. That might be enough for them to get the victory. As he said, don't think this will go for long. They've still got time, though, in all fairness. Picks her up. Trish Adora up in the air, gets planted down, and that'll do it. That'll do it. Jade wins. Jade is getting an Ultimate Warrior push. She's not ready yet. When did Red Velvet become friends with Jade? I don't know. I don't know how the baddies section got formed, to be honest. I feel like this is something that's played out on a different show. She looks like Cora, but she is a younger version. I'm assuming that Butch was taken off since they can't do a trio match with New Day anymore, maybe. I think the Where's Butch thing is getting over, though. I think Butch as a name is rubbish. I think making him Scrappy Doo is questionable. But I think actually, where is he? And having fun little social media posts is actually something that's worked. So I'm quite happy to criticize what they're doing with him, because I loved him as Pete Dunne. I thought the Bruiserweight and everything was excellent. But I think this Butch stuff has been... But the Where's Butch, I think, has been connecting. I think that's been getting through. Right, we are going back to the ring, and I think Colton Gunn is already in there as Keith Lee is coming out. Keith Lee, bask in his glory. Do it! Limitless Keith Lee is coming down to take on Colton Gunn. Poo poo. Colton Gunn. What do you think? She's got 2 moves in that match. She is not ready, said Mike. The baddies are love. The baddies are life. Praise the baddies. SB Studios said we must find Butch. Alexis said the 1 hour show has had more wrestling than SmackDown. Am I right? No. Actually, this SmackDown had a bit on it. I mean, the cage match I thought was good. Went for a little while at the start of the show, so... thank God they've got Keith Lee away from Swerve. Lee needs a big singles push, says Chili. Channel name said Red Velvet deserved turning heel. Fans were turning their backs on her. You know when the fans turned their backs on her? Did they do that? Did they do that? Did they do Raquel Rodriguez? Was it one of them? I would. If I'm turning my back on someone, that's the only way I'm doing it now. Catch a special sneak peek live Wednesday, May 4th at 11 a.m. on Twitch to have a look at the new game. If you want to see the new game, AEW Fight Forever, then go to Twitch May 4th. You can have a little sneak peek. Don't tell anyone, though. Don't tell anyone. Crowds are right behind Keith Lee. This should be Austin Gunn. He is the more obnoxious one. Alexa says, literally turned their backs. I love the Raquel back thing, says Eric. Angelo said, I think I saw Butch in my local Walmart. This thing is over, isn't it? This thing is definitely resonating with people. Fair play. This match will continue picture in picture. What did you think of the wedding thing on Raw? It's what I expected. I mean, I don't think going into that you thought it was going to be... It's 24/7. It's Reggie. It's Dana. It's Tamina. It's Akira Tozawa. At no point did you think it was going to be, a beautiful moment. Really, you knew exactly what it was, and it was what it was. It was a comedy segment. Ends with someone trying to get the 24/7 championship. It was silliness. It was just silly. It was silly in the sense of they're getting married and they haven't even been together that long. She turned him down a few weeks ago, and then somehow they then agreed to go out, and a few weeks later they're getting married. I'm sure it happened somewhere, but bit wild that it's happening at the same time that Tamina and Tozawa wanted to get married, and leads to a double wedding. And it's one of them, innit? If you give it any sort of thought, or even any kind of, if you question it, it's just nonsense. But The segment was the segment. You knew what it was going to be, and I thought it had some fun moments. Those types of segments I've seen way worse. Nowhere near the worst set. I mean, like, you want to be talking Bayley's This Is Your Life. Don't know if you remember that one. Oh, God, that was painful to sit through that one. And obviously Bobby Lashley's Sisters is quite a famous one. These are the ones, like, in recent years that have been a bit... So, it wasn't that level for me, but... Billy Gunn is like Danhausen, naming them the Ass Club. His son's not so much. Whatever you do, don't get Butch wet, says Larry. Don't put Butch in sunlight and never feed Butch after midnight. I don't get Fight Forever for the game. It doesn't fit with the AEW style. Just call it Dynamite. It makes more sense. I do agree with that. As I said, it's not a chant that I associate with AEW. I don't associate Fight Forever with AEW. Yeah. I don't know. I suppose Dynamite is the TV show. Maybe they don't want to confuse it or something. I don't know. AEW Dynamite, the video game. I mean, I think it'd be fine. It'd be good. Fight Forever, it's all right, though. I mean, it's all right. Again, it could be worse. Could have been worse, couldn't it? Could have been called AEW Tony Khan's Magic Dream. AEW Tony Khan beats the bots. So I'll take Fight Forever. Didn't Max Caster play one of the Lashley sisters? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know who those Lashley sisters were. I never went out of my way to find out. Right, we are back, and down goes Colton Gunn. Against the ropes goes Keith Lee. Again, shoulder tackle, and Colton Gunn goes down. AEW says you won't miss a moment of action, and then the picture-in-picture disappears. Right, back in the corner, Keith Lee with Colton Gunn, throws him across the ring. Best wrestling game was WWF No Mercy, Nintendo 64, says Robert. It's a good game, man. It's a good game. Good game, good game. Keith Lee charging over, collides into the corner. Jilly said, I saw the entire AEW video game roster. They've got 160 characters with lots of reskins and repaints of the same characters from different years. I think the game's going to be really good. I really do. I think that Kenny Omega is a big gamer, and I think he's been really involved in this. And I think that they've used those early games as the foundation. I do not care for super great graphics. Super great, like, super sharp, super realistic graphics. I understand we need to keep pushing that boundary, but I'm not really bothered by it, to be honest. That is not what's going to get me to buy a game. What I want fun, pick up and play, addictive. Do you know what I mean? That's what I want, that kind of a game. And I hear that 2K22 was much more in line with that. But I've got quite high hopes for this AEW game. I think that, it's going to be made with love. It's going to be made similar to, like, No Mercy and Here Comes the Pain and all that kind of stuff. So, and I don't think they're going to be as focused on graphics. I think it's going to be maybe a bit more arcadey. Don't know. I'm really into it. I'm intrigued. I'd be tempted to check it out on Twitch to see, what it looks like. We are backstage with the Hardys. WWF No Mercy is the best game. Best game is Smackdown on PS1, says John. Larry said, I still play Smackdown Raw 2007. I used to play the 2008 one. I don't know if I played the 07. I'm sure I did. I used to buy it every year, pretty much, but I never played them. I think 08 is the last one I really put some time into. Here's the Undisputed Elite. Undisputed Elite. That was ridiculous. It made 0 sense. There's no way you're getting past Bobby Fish. One of us will walk away the winner. That's Elite. There we go. 2K22 is the best. I used to play 2009, says Bill. Bobby Fish taking on Jeff Hardy on Wednesday. Here's Danhausen. Okay, Hook and Danhausen. I think have we got one more match after this? It's not. This isn't a match, is it? It's like a face-to-face thing. So Danhausen gets in the ring and he says, without further ado, send Hook. Ronda or Charlotte. I think Ronda's going to win. Here's Hook. Hook making his way down. I never wanted to see Kenny Omega as much as I do now. Okay, so Hook's in there with Danhausen. Let's do this right now. I don't know what we're doing. Do you people actually want to see these guys fight? Tony Nese's come in and attack them both. Tony Nese's jumped in and attacked Danhausen and Hook. There we go. Tony Nese and Hook in the middle of the ring. Duck underneath by Hook. Lovely suplex there by Hook. He's so impressive. Okay. Hook versus Nese. I'm intrigued, says Lone Star Friends. SB Studios said, you're goated, but help us find Butch. Danhausen wants to shake Hook's hand. Hook grabs Danhausen, throws him. And there we go. Erased Mind said, great partnership. Rob said, is Danhausen a good wrestler? I don't know. I've never seen him. I've never seen him either, to be honest. He's someone that's been on my radar because there was a lot of hype around him quite a while ago before he came in, and I know that he's quite a big social media star as well. I feel like he got onto my radar during lockdown, but I haven't gone out my way to check out his matches. Hookhausen works, says Zoom Station. Why does Danhausen sound like the annoying Gilbert Godfrey? R.I.P. Hook has the same wrestling style as Brock Lesnar. Suplex City. Suplex City. Bill said, any new toy hunts? I don't know, to be honest, but I tried to do one the other day, and as I explained, it didn't go well. I walked in there, and there was people all around the section, and I just couldn't get to it. I couldn't get to the section. I couldn't film it. I ended up with a 58-second clip. A little bit longer. I had to cut it down a bit, but I put that out as a short, which I thought was quite fun, actually. I tried to get as much humour into it as possible. Got to look at quite a few of the new Elite 92 figures in that as well, which was good. I didn't see Adam Cole there. Adam Cole was one that I didn't see there. I did see Ric Flair, but unfortunately that one didn't make the video. I only had 58 seconds. So, yeah, I did manage to get that up. But I would like to try and go back and do another one. But yeah, it was just a bit annoying. I finally, as I said, I'm trying to get videos on the channel. I go to do a toy hunt, and sod's law that there was, people filling the section, working around it, and it's just damn it. So we'll see. I'll have to try again. Jilly said, the last time I saw Danhausen in a ring was a year ago, and he sucked. He's all gimmick and no wrestling. Erasure Mind said, Danhausen is a good wrestler. You called the AEW figures knock-off wrestling figures. I don't collect them. I do think there's some good ones there, though. It was funny because there was one I saw on that toy hunt that I'm so tempted by. There was a Darby Allin. I wonder if I can find a picture of it. I don't know what series it is, but there was a Darby Allin figure that was so good that I seriously was like, wow, maybe I should just get this one. Maybe I should just get this one. I don't know. Because it came with the belt, and it came with a painted skateboard thing, and it looked. I found it here. It was this one. Let's have a look. I didn't, but I was tempted. I saw that one. The face of TNT painted on the skateboards. I think the skateboard looks cool. I love belts. One of the things that really made me go, oh, maybe I should, was because I like to get the belts. I don't have any AEW figures. So that one, you get a really cool skateboard accessory, the belt, and look at that. I mean, look at the paint on the face going down onto the body as well. And you get the jacket. I was like, man, that is so good. It's a really good figure. I think the face scan on it's really good as well. You can look at that and definitely see Darby Allin. So I was actually really impressed with that one. I almost got it, but still fighting that urge, man. Once I start a collection, I'm not very good at not letting it get out of control. I'll want them all. I want all the collector's editions and all that kind of stuff. God knows how much money it would cost. Right, we were backstage with the claims. Bobby Fish against Jeff Hardy on Wednesday. That's the Chase. There's only 1 in 3,000. What? Is it really the Chase? doesn't say it's a chase. Normally it has a little thing on if it's a chase. Nah, I don't think that's the chase. Normally if it's chase, it's got the sticker on it. Or if it's like 1 of 3,000 type thing. We got Mercedes Martinez. Did you see Undertaker plaque? I had to buy it and it was limited. I did. I also ended up buying it. We spoke about it on the stream not too long ago. Undertaker, you get a bit of the apron from his speech. You get a bit of the cloth that covered his statue. And you also get a bit of the, I think, carpet for the Hall of Fame, is it? There's 3 little bits you get, and it was like 60 quid in a frame. Nice presentation. Special item. I was like, I kept umming and ahhing about it. I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. But yeah, I went for it as well. All the Derby figures are sick. They always sell out when they make new editions. William said, why not just buy a 3D printer and make your own figures? Genius. Genius. Right, it's going to be our main event. We've got 16 minutes to go. We've got Samoa Joseph taking on Trent. Ba-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum. Rob says, absolutely best WWE purchase I have. It's a lovely item. Lovely item. James says, sorry, Mercedes. Deanna is going to kick your booty. Was you streaming the football playoffs? Was I streaming? I don't know what I mean. Are you asking, am I streaming? I didn't have a plan to. I didn't really think about it, actually. If I was going to do it, I'd probably just do the final, the championship final, but don't know if it clashes with anything. I've got Champions League final, FA Cup final, final day of the season. We've still got the second leg Champions League games coming up as well. There's quite a lot, actually. There's quite a lot of games, big games as well. We got a few Man City ones, a few Liverpool ones. There's not much in the way of Man United, but if I could avoid watching any Man United, I think I would at the moment. So, yeah, Liverpool, Man City. There's a lot of Liverpool, Man City coming up. Best figure accessory ever. There is a coffin AEW one that comes with a piece of wood from the Darby and Ethan Coffin match. I love that kind of shiz. I didn't know that AEW were doing that. Like, that kind of merch. That's clever, that is. It's good move to do those kind of collectibles. I've only ever, whenever I've gone on, I've seen a few signed pictures and t-shirts and pop. I've never seen pop vinyl. I might have made that up. Ba-bum, bum, bum. Ba-bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Samoa Joe. I'm just looking at AEW shop, but it's just looking like there's just t-shirts, few keychains, hats, cap, lots of Blackpool Combat Club, but I don't think there's any collectibles. That's good though. I like stuff like that. I got, I bought the dirt, didn't I, from the Boneyard match. I've got that on my wall. It doesn't look like the dirt from the Boneyard, to be honest, at all. At all. It looks way too white. It looks very pale. It doesn't look sand colour enough to me, but it's official. It's in its capsule. WWE are telling me that it is dirt from the boneyards. So, fine. Even if it isn't, they're saying it is. And that's more important. So, I did buy some dirt. And I've got lots of bits of ring. I've got my one that I love. It's on the stairs as you come down. I've got a frame. I think I've shown it before. It's a frame that's got a bit of the ring mat from every pay-per-view in 2014. Every pay-per-view. And 2014 is the Daniel Bryan wins at WrestleMania 30. It's when Undertaker's streak ends. It's when the Shield split up. It's the Shield split. So it's their final. Well, it's not their final match together, but it's their final match from that first run together. It's when Sting arrives at the end of the year as well. In fact, 2014 was a hell of a year. Hell of a year. Think about that. You've got the build to WrestleMania with Daniel Bryan. You got the end of the streak. You got Sting arriving at the end of the year. 2014 was fun, man. 2014 was really fun. WrestleMania 30 was a good WrestleMania. And that Survivor Series and that moment when Sting arrives, it's brilliant. I tell you what, though. I tell you what I can't recall, and that is... Oh, I can now. I was just about to say, what was SummerSlam? But SummerSlam was Brock destroying John Cena. Because, of course, when Brock beats Undertaker, we then, have a massive push, don't we, for Brock. And SummerSlam is him against John. Where he absolutely obliterates him. Picture-in-picture here. Other matches. We've got Roman Reigns against Randy Orton. I don't know how many times we saw that. I don't feel like it was loads. Brock against John Cena. That was Stephanie against Brie Bella. Bray Wyatt against Chris Jericho. Bray Wyatt, Chris Jericho. Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose. Lumberjack match. Rusev against Jack Swagger. That must have been a special AEW tribute match. Paige against AJ Lee. Dolph Ziggler against The Miz. Rob Van Dam took on Cesaro. That was the SummerSlam cards. 2014 is the year CM Punk leaves as well. I can't remember if he was at the Rumble that year. CM Punk, but it's the year... I know he's gone by WrestleMania, of course. It's the year he goes. Is he at the Rumble that year? Is he? I'm going to have a look. I think he is. He is number 1 in the Rumble. Is the first person to come out in the Rumble. Royal Rumble. Won by Batista. Right, down goes Trent. I agree. I have over 700 pops. And finally stopped a little over a year ago. What? 700 pops. So easy, isn't it? I mean, I bet it's a wonderful collection. I bet you got a lot of joy finding it. Like, I always find with that, it's not really about having them, which sounds weird because that's the whole point. But I think once you've got them, they can be a little bit in the background, if you will. Like, I've got all these figures. I don't sit there just staring at them. Do you know what I mean? They're there, and something might catch my eye, and I like to look at the belts, and they're cool. But I think it's the joy of going out and finding them, which is why I don't like ordering online. I don't like ordering online. It takes that joy away. It's not the same. But I suppose if there's something you really want, and you finally can't find it, and it finally is on eBay, and you finally get it, I suppose that's slightly different. You don't have the dirt. Prove it. It's on the wall. I'm not taking it off the wall. And it has been shown before. And if you was a real Wrestling Days fan, you would know that. So, shame on you. Fake fan. Fake fan. Right, Samoa Joe is in control and he's got Trent grounded in the middle of the ring. Bum bum bum. But big chop. Chop by the big man. Hayden says, "Come on, Samoa Joe." Larry said, "What's wrong with AJ Lee?" I don't think there's anything wrong, is there? Is she still doing the women of wrestling thing? She was involved in that, wasn't she? But I ain't heard nothing about that show. I don't even know if it's launched or if it hasn't launched or what it's doing. Women of Wrestling, yeah. Wow, Women of Wrestling. She came back to that in October. But I haven't heard any more about it. Crossbody by Trent. Oh, February there was an update. We'll be shooting soon. This was in February. I think maybe 60 days out or so. So it's kind of close. So 60 days out would be around this time. We're going to be in syndication in the fall of 2022. Please check for listings. What inspired me was the idea it's women behind the scene in every capacity. I love wrestling. I never stopped loving wrestling, and this is the perfect way to rejoin. AJ said she had offers to return to the ring, but ultimately felt that she didn't have a desire to compete again. Wrestling opportunities have popped up. I've just never been ready for that. I'm not sure, like, physically, that is something that I've got the fire for. Okay. So there we go. It's been a bit quiet, but they will be filming soon. Kick out by Samoa Joe. Days, obviously I know you have it because you did an unboxing video. No, you can't go back and look at old videos now and try and make out you're not a fake fan. It's a shame. It's a shame. Samoa Joe all over Trent. Do you want to see Roman Drew on SmackDown? I don't mind. Don't mind. I mean, I don't mind seeing that match. It feels like a big match. What about roller derby wrestling on skates? Roller derby. That was a massive thing back in the day. I've heard Jim Cornette talk about how that is similar to wrestling, about how it was like super over, super popular. And then, you know, that faded away. And sort of wrestling as, you know, I think we can agree it's maybe not at its strongest right now. But I mean, it hasn't gone by no means. I mean, you know, WWE making so much money at the moment, so. But I think from a cultural impact point of view, it's been bigger. But yeah, roller derby, really interesting. Went for the muscle buster. Trent rolls up Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe kicks out. Against the ropes goes Trent. Drop kick. Samoa Joe goes back to the corner. Trent is back up on his feet. He's going to go running over. Goes into Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe plants Trent. Yeah, I tell you what, he threw him down, and he threw him down with some force. And there we go. It's a win for Samoa Joe. Jilly said, if I was to start collecting Star Wars again, I wouldn't collect the Black Series. I would collect 1 3/4. They're more expensive, but it's the thrill of the hunt. Steve said, have you watched much of Emma Raducanu recently? No. Nope. I keep an eye out on her results. I know that she's just parted ways with her coach, but she seems to be struggling to get some momentum going. She's picked up the odd win, but not much considering since she won the US Open. So yeah, I don't know what's happening with her. She doesn't seem to be settled, does it? Like with her training and all of that, like she doesn't seem to be in a great place right now. So I don't know. I ain't got high hopes for. I don't know when Wimbledon is. Tony's in the ring. Gonna have a word with Samoa Joe. Well done, Samoa Joe. Jay Lethal. Let's get lethal. Let's get lethal. Lethal. I wanna get lethal. Let's get lethal. Let me hear your body talk. Here comes this man. Sanjit Singh. Orange Cassidy telling best friend to stand back. Orange Cassidy's got this. Orange Cassidy's got this. Do you know what? I like this Sanjit Singh. He seems to have some like a personality. He looks great in a suit. He's got his hands on his shoulders. He's looking down at Orange Cassidy. Like, shaking his head. Can't believe this guy's stepping to him. I feel like he's very comfortable in this role. With Amos, I think Amos like acts and feels like he's trying to be the monster. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, I feel like Sanjit Singh is just. I don't know if that's his name, but whenever I've watched him, I've always been quite impressed with how natural and comfortable he comes across and he feels. Yeah, he's a big guy, but he's really comfortable in that role. I feel the same with... Who was the guy that was with Grayson Waller in NXT? I feel like he is quite comfortable as well. The Indian guy there. Sangha. Him. We need to get some control here, but the show has ended. We'll have to see you next time. And that's it. They shouldn't have debuted him like they did, no. Better than Amos for sure, says Jordan. Is the Singh guy better than Shanky? He is for me. He is for me. Larry said Rampage was just too short tonight. Too short. That's the... that was its biggest problem. Edward said, Days, name a good movie on Prime or Disney Plus for me. For you, I think you'd really enjoy Cinderella. Disney Plus, animated film. It's a lovely story. Lovely story. It's about a princess, a slipper. Honestly, I think she goes shoe shopping. I'm not too sure. I've never watched it. But, yeah, check it out. See what you think. I can confirm that's on Disney Plus because it's a Disney movie. Get in your thoughts. We don't tend to score Rampage, to be honest, but if you want to, go for it. Do you know what I mean? YOLO. You only live once. Why not? Too little of Sky Blue, said Ernie Stowe. I'm going to give it a 6. Days, good luck on FPL. And you, James. I need it this week. 2 bad weeks, and I've just spent so many points. I've spent so many points. I'm going to need a big week just to get back the flipping points I've spent, but I've told myself no more points hits. That's what I've said to myself. No more points hits. No more -4s. You know, if you have a -4 each week, then it builds up. So in my mind, I've took a -12. But I am not taking any more points hits this season. That is it. So that's how I've justified it. That's it. No more points hits. I don't care if I really want 2 players and it's like, oh, I really want... No more points hits. Heather said 775. It was an excellent Rampage. Are you aware that Grayson Waller and Sanga have broken up? I am. Because I saw something on Twitter where... Did they attack Grayson Waller or they had a match? But I saw them in the ring and the headline was like, Sanga goes after his former employer. But I don't know if it was a match or if it was him turning. I don't know. Go with Shrek, says Larry. Channel name says 7. Lee says 7. Larry with an 875. James said, I've had bad weeks as well. I'm hoping the slight changes help. Austin said, I always do bad. No matter what I try, I'm not going to make the top 50 anymore. Well, I mean, look, I think all you can do is try. I've said I've had a bad few weeks, and I look for players on form that have got good, easy games, and I always position my teams like to go for that. If you're doing the same, that's part of it. I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that. Players on form, good run of fixtures, and make sure everyone in your team is playing. If you can tick them boxes, then you should always stand a chance. And then sometimes it just doesn't come off, and it hasn't for me the past few weeks. So we'll see. We'll see how the season ends, but it's out my hands now. It's in the hands of the gods. Edward said, Days, I've got Cinderella on. What are you watching that for? It's a lady film? Oh, Edward. Wait, mate, it's a Saturday night. You're in the house watching Cinderella. That's cringe. That is cringe. That is cringe. The animated film where she has a slipper and all that. Unbelievable. Guys, I'm going. I'm leaving out of disgust. I can't believe what I've just heard there. I'm literally on the verge of throwing up. So, thanks for joining us. We had, obviously, a lot of stuff to go through with SmackDown this week. Shame it was taped. Shame that it's up against NBA. I don't know. The ratings have been pretty poor all week for wrestling. I'd imagine it's probably going to be the same tonight. So, we'll move on. Tomorrow, we've got Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano. Super excited for that. UFC. I mean, I'm excited for UFC, but it's not the best of cards again. But we are getting closer to Thug Rose, so I'm excited for that. Obviously, WrestleMania Backlash coming up as well, but that's not this weekend. So, yeah, look, loads on the way. So, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Big stream, and oh my God, I cannot wait for that fight. That fight is going to be fire. Right. Bye.